Hello everyone, welcome to the part 3 of our Spotify build. In this video, we are going to make sure that the app gets completed. Let's get started. And for the album page, I'm gonna go to collapse everything, and here in the components, I'm gonna create a new folder. I'm gonna call it collection, and in there, I'm gonna create a new file which is going to be collection page.tsx. This is not actually a page, but just the component is named as collection page. So use client. Here we are gonna bring image from next image. Then we need a link from next link. Then we need use transition from React. Also type React node. We also need use router from next navigation. Then we need heart from Lucid React, link to from Lucid React, and more horizontal from Lucid React. Then we need use session from NextAuth React. We need also play button, the custom component that we created, icon button. Then we need item menu. There you go. And then we also need type menu item def. There you go. That's gonna be type. And then we need use player store. We also need use library store. A lot of files are needed in this collection because it's going to be a long file. We need use toast store, and here we're gonna need toggle follow. Hold on, actually I'm gonna say import. It's gonna be coming from add /lib/actions/library. And what we have there, we have only toggle like track, and we're gonna need to create the rest of the actions here, but we will do that soon, so no problem. So for now, I'm gonna put this to comment, and I'm gonna bring cn here and also type track here, and I'm gonna put this curly brace. There you go. Not here, but here, sorry. I'm gonna need also import, and that's coming from add/lib/styles. I'm gonna need collection gradient style and also UI from there. That's pretty much it. And now here I'm gonna go design hero. We have interface collection hero props, and we have kind string, title string, description which is going to be a string, cover URL string, cover node React node, and we have meta React node, accent string, and circle boolean. There you go. Here we have export function collection hero, and we're gonna use all of these. So I'm gonna just copy them from here to here and get these out of here just to save some time. There you go. And this whole thing is gonna be a collection hero props type. Open that function, and here we have return, in which we have a div. I'm gonna give it class name relative, and style is going to be background. Hold on. Background, which is going to be linear dash gradient. And here we have 180 degree, comma, space, and here we have accent, and then after that we have 0%, comma, then accent, we have 30%. Hold on. Yeah, we have 30%, then comma once again, and then we have transparent 100%. And I'm gonna format everything. There you go. Now inside this div, I'm gonna create another div which is going to be self-closing. So this is gonna be class name, noise, absolute, inset 0, opacity is going to be 30, and area is going to be hidden. After that, I'm gonna need another div. I'm gonna give it class name, relative, and it's gonna be flex dash call. We have items dash center, gap of 4, px 4, pb dash 6, pt 10, then text dash center, and small screen size is going to be flex dash row, and also small screen sizes it's going to be items dash center, small gap 6, and small px 6. There you go. And then on small it's going to be pt 16, and small screen size is text dash left. Here we have another div. I'm gonna save, format everything, bring it up. I'm gonna give it a class name, and that is going to be a cn, and here we're gonna say shrink 0, overflow hidden, bg dash decorative subdued. Then we have shadow, which is going to be a custom value. We have 0, then 8px, then we have 60px, then we have RGBA 0, 0, 0, 0.5. And then here we have, for the second value, I'm gonna go for height dash 160 pixels. Then we have width dash 160 pixels. Then we have on small screen sizes height dash 200 pixels, and small screen sizes width dash 200 pixels. On large screen sizes it's going to be height dash 232 pixels, and similarly it's going to be width dash 232 pixels as well. And then here it's going to be, if this is circle, then rounded dash full, otherwise it's going to be rounded MD. Let me format everything and get inside this div. So now here we have cover node. When that is true, we're going for this, otherwise we're going for this. So now when that is true, we're going for simply cover node. That's it. And when that is not true, then we are checking for the covered node once again. Actually, no, then we are checking for cover URL. And if that exists, then we are doing this. Otherwise, it's just null. And in this true case, I'm gonna go for a div. Gonna give it a class name of relative height dash full, width dash full. And in here we have an image that's going to be source, cover URL, and alt is going to be title. Then we have fill. Also we have sizes, and for that I'm gonna go max dash width is going to be, actually hold on, I'm gonna go for here max dash width is gonna be 640px. It's gonna be 160px, comma, Then I'm going to put space, and once again max dash width 1024 pixels, and I'm going to say 200 pixels, and otherwise it's just 232 pixels. And here we have priority, and class name is going to be object dash cover. There you go. Let me format everything, and we are done with this piece of block as well. Now after this div here, basically the div will have this CN, all of these classes. We're gonna go and create another div. Give it a class name flex, minimum width 0. Then we have flex call, items center, and we have gap 2, small screen sizes. It's going to be items dash start, and we have small screen sizes gap of 3. On small screen sizes padding bottom 2. And then I'm gonna go into that div. Here we have a span. I'm gonna give it class name text dash access, font dash bold. There you go. And we have uppercase, tracking wider, and text dash base. Open that span, and here we have kind. Now after that span, I'm gonna create an h1 class name break words. I'm gonna bring it higher, and here I'm gonna say text 3XL, font black, leading is gonna be tight, leading dash tight. Come on, there you go. And we have text dash base. On small screen sizes, it's going to be text dash 5XL, and large screen sizes is going to be text dash 7XL. Open that, and here we have the title. After the h1 we have description. So if the description is there, then we're going to display this. I'm going to create a p tag here, give it a class name line clamp 2, max width is going to be 2XL, and then we have text dash small, text dash subdued, and open that, and here we have that description. There you go. Let me format everything. And now after this description, there's going to be another div. I'm going to give it a class name of flex wrap, items center, come on, dash center. Then we have justify center, and we have gap x2, gap y1, and we have text dash small and text dash base. Then we have small screen sizes. It's gonna be justify start, and this is gonna be meta. There you go. And we are done with this piece of code completely, with this whole function, So now we get out of this function, and here we have export function meta separator. That's going to be, we have a return, and we have a span tag here. I'm going to give it a class name and area hidden, and the class name here is going to be text dash subdued. There you go. And this is, let's just use little dot here for now, and that's it. And then after that, here we have another one, export function meta link. I'm going to open that. Here I'm going to give it href and children, and that's going to be, here we have href is going to be a string, and children is going to be a React node. There you go. Open that function, and here we have return. Open that. We have a link here. I'm going to give it href, class name font dash bold, and on hover it's going to be underline. There you go. The link is gonna say children. There you go. And then after that, here we're gonna say accent wrapper plus empty state. Here we have export function collection accent background, and this is gonna take accent and children. There you go. This is gonna be accent is gonna be a string, and children is gonna be a React node. And open that function, and here we have return. We have a div. Class name is gonna be relative, and style here is gonna be collection gradient hold on, let me see. There you go. So collection gradient style, and this is gonna take the accent. And actually we need to get rid of one curly brace from here, as we are not doing any inline styles here. All right, then inside the div here it's gonna say children. Awesome. After that, here we have export function empty collection state. It's gonna take children, and that's gonna be children is gonna be React node. Open that. It's gonna return a div where we have class name, which is gonna be UI.empty state, and here we're doing children. Awesome. We are writing so many little functions, and that whole thing is going to be combined in the basically content pages of playlist, album, and artist. All right, now here we have more menu. So here I'm gonna say export interface more menu item. Open that. We have label, which is gonna be a string, icon optional, and React node. On click, and this is gonna be void, and then we have destructive is gonna be optional, and boolean. I'm gonna bring it down here, and this is gonna say here async function copy current URL, and we're gonna say push toast is gonna be message, which is gonna be a string, and there you go. We have this void function. Open that. We have if type of window is equal to undefined, then we return const URL is equal to window.location. There you go, location.href, and then here we have try, and after the try here we have catch. In the try we have if navigator dot clipboard dot write text. There you go. Await navigator dot clipboard dot write text, and we're gonna say URL in that. Then we have push toast link copied to clipboard. There you go. And here we have else const ta is equal to document dot create element text area, and then here we have ta dot value is going to be ta dot value is going to be equal to URL, then ta.set attribute is gonna be read only, and then we have ta.style.position is equal to fixed, ta.style.opacity is gonna be equal to 0, and document.body.append child is gonna be ta here, and we have ta.select and document.access command. We're gonna use copy here, and then document.body.remove child. We're gonna use ta here, and finally push toast. We're gonna say link copied to clipboard. There you go. In the catch, we're gonna say push toast could not copy link. Let me format everything and save everything. Now here we have export function collection more menu, where we have label, more options, size is gonna be equal to 24, button size is gonna be equal to large, and extra items is gonna be in empty array, and that whole thing is gonna be equal to this, where we have size label is a string, size is a number, and button size is either small or medium or large, and then extra items is going to be more menu item array there. And here let's open that function. We have const push toast is equal to use toast store s dot push. There you go. And here we have const items is equal to menu item def and array and equal to this array, and this should not be equal but the type here. And here we have label copy link, icon is gonna be link to, and size is gonna be 16 in there. And then here we have on click, which is gonna be a function, and void copy current URL, which is gonna take push toast. And then here we have comma, and then we do the spread operator dot extra items. We add that to that array. And here, let me get down here, and we have return finally, where we go for item menu, and in there we have items. We have items here, then we have trigger, which is gonna be this. Open that, and in here we have on click, and also area has pop-up, which is has pop-up, and then area dash expanded. There you go. And this whole thing here is gonna be, hold on, there you go, open that. And we have icon button. Open that. Icon button. And in here, that's going to be label is going to be label. Size is going to be button size. And area has pop-up is going to be as pop-up. And area expanded is expanded. Then we have on click here, and that should be it, I guess. And let me open that now, and here we have more horizontal, and it's going to take a size, which is going to be size. I guess that's pretty much it for this one. We have label here and label here, and that is displaying the issue because this should be label just like that. Label, size, button size, extra. All right, everything is being highlighted. Awesome. Now here I'm gonna scroll down, and we need action row here basically. So for the action row, basically this is gonna be like play plus save plus more stuff that this function is gonna do. So interface, collection, actions, props. Open that. We have tracks, array of track, and save option. And here we have kind, which is either playlist or album or artist. And we have ID, which is going to be string, title optional, string, artist optional, and string, artist ID, string. And we have cover URL optional and string, image URL optional and string. And we have label, which is going to be an object, saved string, unsaved string. And after that, here it's going to be extra menu items optional, more menu item, hold on, more menu item array. There you go. Now here we have export function collection actions. Opening that, and here we have this one where we have tracks, save, and extra menu items, and that whole thing is going to be collection actions props. And here we have const router is equal to use router extra. Yeah, this looks, hold on, are unused, does not exist on type collection. Why it does not exist? It does. How can you say that? There was maybe some spelling error. Extra menu items. Okay. Now here we have const data session is equal to use session. Then we have const current track is equal to use player store s dot current track. There you go. Then we have const is playing is equal to use player store s dot is playing. Then we have const play toggle play is equal to use player store s dot actions. All right. Here we have const saved playlist IDs is equal to use library store s dot saved playlist IDs. Then here we have const saved album IDs is equal to use library store s dot saved library saved album IDs. There you go. And we have const followed artist IDs is equal to use library store s, and then this is going to be s dot followed artists IDs. Here we have const toggle save playlist is equal to use library store s, that's going to be s dot toggle save playlist. There you go. Const toggle save album is equal to use library store s dot toggle save album. Const toggle follow artist is equal to use library store s dot toggle follow artist. There you go. Const push toast is equal to use toast store. There you go. And we have store here and s dot push. Then we have const comma here start transition is equal to use transition, and spelling looks good. All right, then here we have const is in collection is equal to current track and tracks dot sum single track dot id is equal to current track dot id. Then let me format that, and then here we have const, come on, yeah, const is playing this is equal to boolean is in collection and is playing. There you go. Then we have const on play is equal to this function, open that, if is in collection toggle play, else if tracks 0 exist, play tracks 0 tracks. There you go. After that, here I'm gonna say const saved is equal to save dot kind is equal to playlist. Then we're gonna say saved playlist IDs dot includes save dot id. Otherwise we're gonna say save dot kind is equal to album. Then it's gonna be save album IDs dot includes save dot id, and otherwise it's gonna be followed artist IDs dot includes save dot id. There you go. And here for the original one, it's gonna be else false. Simple. Now after this one here, it's going to be const on save is equal to this function where we have if save is not true, we return, and if session dot user is not true either, then we're gonna say push toast log in to save to your library, and router dot push is gonna be /login, and we return from there eventually. I'm gonna bring it down here, and here I'm gonna say if save.kind is equal to playlist, then I'm gonna toggle save playlist with the save ID, save.id. There you go. Else if save.kind is equal to album, we have toggle save album, save.id. And else if, else, just else here this time, toggle follow artist is gonna be save.id. I'm gonna say push toast here, and it's gonna say if saved, then it's gonna say save.label.unsaved. Otherwise, it's gonna say save.label.saved. Now here I'm gonna go for return, and inside return here I have div. I'm gonna give it a class name flex items-center gap 4 px 4 py 5 and small screen sizes gap 6, small screen sizes px 6, and small screen sizes py 6. Here we have play button. Yes, and that's gonna take playing. So it's gonna say is playing this. Then we have on click with a capital C. There you go. Sorry, not on click, but on play. Then here we have size, which is gonna be Excel. There you go. After that, here we have if save, then we are doing this. We have a button where we have type button, and we have on click, which is gonna do on save, and we have area label, that's going to be if saved, it's gonna say save.label.unsaved, label.unsaved. Otherwise, it's gonna say save.label.saved. There you go. Let me format. We have some issue that is probably there. Anyway, that is going to be resolved. And after that, here we have class name that is going to be transition. And then we have on hover, it's going to be scale dash 105. Inside here, we have heart. That's going to be size 28. And class name is going to be, here we have if saved, it's going to say UI.heart active. Otherwise, it's going to say text dash subdued. And on hover, it's going to say text dash base. Let me format everything, and it says that we have an issue. Let me reload. All right. We have this button here. On click. Seems good. Area label is getting closed. Here. Saved this thing. And then in case it doesn't work, this thing, class name. Everything seems good. But it does not. Hold on. So duplicate identifier multi-item def, that is in there. Okay, that issue is gone. Then expected this. Hold on. So that is expected. Yeah, there you go. There you go. This was the error. Let me format everything now, and it's fixed. And now after the button here, I'm gonna say collection more menu, and this is gonna be extra menu items. There you go. And we are basically, I'm sorry to say that we have been writing so much code for this file, but still we are not done for this file yet, as we still need to write some code below this line and code above this line. So there is some code that we need, but for that we need some code in the actions files. Basically, that's some server actions that we need first in order to write that code in here. That is exactly what I'm going to do now. I'm going to open a new file that is library.ts that we already have. And now under toggle like track here, I'm gonna create one server action for saved albums. This is gonna be const save album schema is equal to z.object, and here I'm gonna say id is z.string dot min 1, title z.string, and we have artist z.string, artist id z.string dot optional, and then we have cover url, which is going to be z.string dot optional. There you go. And after that here I'm gonna say export async function toggle save album, and I'm gonna give it a few arguments. So we have input, which is gonna be unknown, and this is gonna return a promise. There you go. And the promise is gonna be saved boolean. There you go. And I'm gonna say const user id is equal to await require user id. Then it's gonna be if user id does not exist, we throw new editor, and that's gonna be unauthorized. There you go. And const a is equal to save album schema dot parse, and it's gonna take that input, and then const existing is equal to await prisma dot save album dot find unique. On that, where user id album id is gonna be user id, hold on, user id and album id, which is a.id. There you go. Now after that here, let me format everything, and now here I'm gonna say if existing is true, then await prisma dot save album dot delete where id existing dot id. There you go. Revalidate path, it's gonna be slash library, and then we have return, which is gonna be saved to false. There you go. And otherwise here we're gonna say await prisma dot save album dot create, and here I'm gonna say data, and that's gonna be user id We have also album ID, which is going to be a.id, title a.title, artist a.artist, artist ID a.artist ID, cover URL a.cover URL. And then here I'm gonna say revalidate path / library and return saved to true. I'm gonna format everything and save everything. And now I'm gonna need one more, which is followed artists. So I'm gonna const follow schema is equal to z dot object, and this is gonna be id z dot string dot min one. Then we have name, which is gonna be z dot string, and then we have image URL z dot string dot optional. There you go. Let me format everything, and now I'm gonna say export async function toggle follow artist, and it's gonna take a few arguments. Here I'm gonna say input, which is gonna be unknown, just like before. It's going to return a promise, which is gonna be followed is gonna be boolean. There you go. Open that function, and we have const user ID is equal to await require user ID. Then we have if user ID does not exist, then we throw new error, which is gonna be unauthorized. And then we have const a is equal to follow schema dot parse input, and we say const existing is equal to await Prisma dot followed artist dot find unique. Open that, where user ID artist ID is gonna be user ID, and artist ID here is gonna be a.id. Now here, if existing is there, then we're gonna say await Prisma dot followed artist dot delete where id is gonna be existing dot id. There you go. Revalidate path / library, and we have return followed to false. Here we're gonna say await Prisma dot followed artist dot create. It's gonna take data, which is gonna be user ID, then artist ID is gonna be a.id, and then we have name, which is gonna be a.name, and then we have image URL, which is gonna be a.image URL. Now here I'm gonna say revalidate path, and that's gonna be / library and return, which is gonna be followed is gonna be true in here. Formatting everything and saving everything. And now we're ready to move on to the collection page where this piece of code is missing. And now let's write that. I'm gonna get rid of this line and this line. And now here I'm gonna say start transition async and it's gonna be try catch, and in here it's gonna be if save dot kind is equal to album. And now I'm gonna go to the very top, and here I'm gonna say, what do we have here? We have toggle save album. So toggle save album, there you go. I'm gonna import that as action, there you go. And then the next one that we need, that is toggle follow artist, and I'm gonna import that as action, there you go. Let me format. So there we have this and we have this. Now let's get down to our function here, and I'm gonna say await toggle save album action. That's gonna be open that, and we have id save.id, title save.title, otherwise just an empty string, artist save.artist, otherwise just an empty string, artist id is going to be save.artist id, and then we have cover url, which is going to be save.cover url, there you go. I'm going to put this column here, save, format everything, and then after this if here I'm going to put else, and in there actually it needs to be else if. So save dot kind is equal to artist. Then I'm gonna await toggle follow artist action, and this is gonna be id save dot id. Then we have name save dot title, otherwise just an empty string, and image url, which is going to be save dot image url, otherwise save dot cover url, there you go. And then after that, after this else if, I'm gonna go for router dot refresh, and in the catch now I'm gonna say if save dot kind is equal to playlist, then I'm gonna toggle save playlist save.id, there you go. Else if save.kind is equal to album, I'm gonna toggle save album and save.id, there you go. And else toggle follow artist save.id, and I'm gonna push toast could not update your library, there you go. And now we have officially completed this complete file, and we're ready to move on to wire this up into a file which is eventually going to be displayed on the album page. Now I really want to work on the album content component, which is the main component which is going to be displayed on the page.tsx of the library root. But there is one hook that we need to create first, and that is very important hook, as that is gonna be used in that file. So I'm gonna go to lib under hooks, and here I'm gonna create a use collection playback.ts use client, and it's gonna be using use player store, and also type track, there you go, type track. No, that's not the one. Import type track from types, there you go. And now export function use collection playback. It's gonna take tracks, which is gonna be this type. I'm gonna open that. Const current track is equal to use player store s dot current track. After that, here I'm gonna go const is playing is equal to use player store s dot is playing. There you go. And const play and toggle play is equal to use player store s dot actions. Awesome. Then here we have const is in collection is equal to boolean. That's gonna be current track, and tracks dot sum track dot id is equal to current track dot id. That's gonna return true or false. Const is playing this is equal to is in collection and is playing. There you go. And we are gonna use const on header play is equal to this. If is in collection, we're gonna say toggle play. Else if tracks track 0 exists, then we're gonna say play tracks 0 from tracks. There you go. And here finally I'm gonna say return is in collection is playing this on header play. There you go. And we are officially done with this hook as well. There's this mistake. Let's get rid of that and we're done. All right, so right now, first of all, I'm gonna go to the components. I'm gonna create a new folder here. It's gonna be album, and in here I'm gonna create a new file, album content .tsx rfc, and I'm gonna say coming, hold on, just here, coming from album content component. I'm gonna get rid of this, and now I'm gonna go to the app, and I'm gonna go to the album and page.tsx file here, and I'm gonna write that file. So here I'm gonna need a few imports, and for that I'm gonna write import type. It's gonna be metadata. There you go. Next I'm gonna need not found. Next I need album content, the component that we just created here. And then the next I need get album detail from our catalog. Here I'm gonna say type album page props. There you go. Equal to this where we have params, and then I'm gonna say promise. We have ID, which is gonna be a string, and there you go. Now here I'm gonna say export async function. This is gonna be generate metadata, and this is gonna say params, and it's gonna be a type of album page props. There you go, and it's gonna return a promise, which is gonna be metadata. And let me open that function. Here I have const id is equal to await params, and then I have const album is equal to await get album detail. It's gonna take that ID. Here, if album does not exist, I'm gonna return title album not found. There you go. And const artist is equal to album.artist. If that exists, then it's gonna be dot space album.artist, otherwise just an empty string. There you go. Next, here I'm gonna return something like if there's title, the title is going to be album.title, and here I'm gonna say artist, and then here I have description album.artist. If that exists, then I'm gonna say listen to album.title by album.artist on Spotify clone. There you go. Or if not the case, then I'm gonna say this, and there you go. Listen to album.title on Spotify clone. Simple. Let me format everything. And now after that, here I have export default. I'm gonna say async function album page, and I'm gonna write a few things from here. I'm gonna copy both of these, and I'm gonna say here, and then I'm gonna go for the params are there, and yeah, here I'm gonna need to give that params as well, of course, params, and it's gonna be album page props. There you go. And now here I'm gonna say if album does not exist, then not found. And here finally I'm gonna say, instead of this, I'm gonna use album content, and there you go. If I go to the browser, this is the content that I see from the component now, from this component. And let's start writing the code for this component now. So here I'm gonna make sure that it's a client component, and then we need to bring use memo from React, then header, that our component, then collection hero. There you go. Also collection actions. There you go. And collection accent background, and also collection, not collection, but meta link and meta separator. And then we need also track list. We also need play button. There you go. And use scroll container, and use collection playback, and UI, and format long duration, and pick accent hex, and total duration. Also, I'm gonna need import type album, and that's it for now, I guess. Let me save everything. Now here I'm gonna say export function album content. It's gonna take an album. There you go. It's gonna be a type of album, which is gonna be album. Hold on, album. There you go. And in here, I'm gonna write a lot of code. So const, here we have scroll reference with a double L here is equal to use scroll container. There you go. Then next here, I'm gonna say const accent is equal to use memo, and here it's gonna be pick accent hacks album.id, and second value here is going to be album.id. There you go. Next, after that, I'm gonna need const total equal to total duration, and that's gonna take album.tracks. There you go. Next, I have const is playing this also on header play also. Yeah, but actually these two things coming from use collection playback, and that's gonna be album dot tracks. There you go. And then here we have const type label is equal to album dot type. When that is equal to single, we're gonna say single. Otherwise we are checking album dot type is equal to EP, then we're gonna say EP. Otherwise it's just gonna be album, and that's pretty much it. Now here I'm gonna say return, and that is going to be in empty fragment in which I have header, and that header needs to be self-closing. Yeah, there you go. And it's gonna take scroll container reference, and that is going to be scroll reference that we have created as react.ref object, and it's gonna be HTML element or just null. And after that it's gonna be accent, which is gonna be accent, and then we need sticky content. That's going to be an empty fragment here. Come on, there you go, and open that, and in here it's gonna be play button, and that's gonna be playing. So is playing this. There you go. Then we have on click, which is gonna be on header play. Then we have size, which is gonna be MD. And then after that button here, I'm gonna need a span, which is gonna take class name next dash base also font dash bold, and it's gonna say album dot title. There you go. Let me format everything, and now we can go under the header, which is closing here, and here we're gonna bring another component, which is collection hero. But before we do that, we need to put this album into the page.tsx here. So here it's gonna take that album, and it's gonna be album. There you go. Save that, and also this needs to be in curly braces, and awesome. Let's go to the browser, and there you go. We have our header working on the album page, and let's start building rest of the page. And here we have collection hero. There you go. And that is going to be kind, which is going to be type label. There you go. And then we have title. That's going to be album dot title. And then we have cover URL. That's going to be album dot cover URL. And then we have accent here, and that of course gonna go accent there as well, formatting everything. And then here I'm gonna need meta, and that meta is gonna be this empty fragment. There you go, open that, and this is gonna be a, come on, meta link, just like that. It's gonna be href, That's going to be inside here, artist slash, this is gonna be album dot artist, and here I'm gonna say album dot artist, and after the meta I'm gonna need a meta separator. There you go. And after that I'm gonna need a span. I'm gonna give it a class name text-subdued, text subdued basically, and it's gonna say album dot year, and after that I'm gonna need another separator, and then after that there's going to be another span. I'm gonna give it a class name of text-subdued once again, and this is gonna be album dot tracks dot length songs actually, and I'm gonna put comma here and space here, because right under that I'm gonna go display another span. I'm gonna give it class text dash base, and this is gonna display format long duration, and here we have total. Let me format everything, and I guess we are done with this collection hero function as well, component as well. New component here, save it, and let's go here, and there you go. We have our header, we have meta here, this is the artist name, and awesome. If we go back to the home page, let's say if we actually have only one album here, new releases, no problem. All right, now let's get back to our code editor and build the rest of the components here, and that I'm gonna say collection accent background, and that is gonna take an accent, and I'm gonna put accent here. Save it. And actually this needs to be this needs to hold some children. So for that I'm gonna give it a collection actions, and that is gonna go here, and I'm gonna put a lot of components here, I mean props here. So we have tracks, there you go, and tracks are gonna be album dot tracks. Then we have save here, and that is going to be, hold on, 2 times, and then that's going to be kind album, then id, that's going to be album dot id. Then we have title, album dot title. We have artist, that's gonna be album dot artist. Then we have artist id, album dot artist id. Then we have cover URL, album dot cover URL. Then we have label, that's going to be this, where we have saved, and that's going to be added to your library. And then we have unsaved, that's going to be removed from your library. There you go. And let me format everything, and we have some sort of error here. If we go to the browser, we have no error here, but neither it's displaying collect actions. And okay, so type void is not assignable to type React node, promise React node. Okay, so if I go to this collection page, this collection actions, and here we have this on play, then we have this on save, and where is it ending? Well, it's ending here, and the return is inside that. Yeah, that's the issue. We need to bring the return out of it, like here. Save, format everything, and yeah, the issue has been resolved. If we go here, now there you go. We get to see the play button. If I click on that, there you go. Well, we see something. but that's not there because maybe this could be the issue with the album itself. We will try that on a playlist or other thing as well, so do not worry. Let's go here, and after that here we're gonna need a track list component that's gonna take tracks, of course, album dot tracks. Then we have show album, that's gonna be false. Then we have show cover, that's gonna be false as well. We have show date added, that's gonna be false as well. Let me put everything, save everything and format it. And after that here we have div. I'm gonna give it a class name, which is going to be UI.collection footer. And here this is gonna say add copy. Then I'm gonna say album.year, and I'm gonna say album.artist. Let me format everything and save everything, and let's go here. And there you go. We have our collection list and we have the footer here as well. So if I click on this one, the indicator bar is working, but I can't hear the sound for some reason. Okay, there you go. There was some issue with the cache or something. I just did a hard reload and it's working. There you go. I'm gonna pause that. Don't want any copyright issue or something. All right, then now when the album page is done, let's go back to our home, and now it's time for us to start working on the artist page. If I click on that, this is what I see. Let's go to our code editor, and I would like to close everything in here and collapse everything in here, and I'm gonna open up utils.ts file, and there is one function that I need to write for this. So I'm gonna say export function format number. It's gonna take a number. Of course, the type is number for that, and it's gonna return a string. And here, if number dot is finite number, then we return 0, and this has to be false. There you go. Then if number is less than 1_000 means 1,000, then it's gonna return n dot to string. There you go. And then if n is less than 1,000 and 1,000, that's gonna return this custom value, which is going to be n divided by 1,000. This needs to be go inside parentheses there, just like that. Dot to fixed, then it's gonna take n less than 10,000, and here 10,000. There you go. 000. If that is true, then it's gonna be 1, otherwise it's gonna be 0, and then we attach k to that. Basically, the thing that we're doing here, we want to make sure that when the number is less than 1,000, we display, like, let's say it's like uh, 942, we display 942. But what if the number becomes 1,942? Then we display it like 1.44k or something. Then what about when this is like 100,000? Then we display 100k, 98k, 1.1 million instead of a big giant number. That is what we are trying to do here. So if n is less than 1_000, underscore 000 underscore 000, a big number basically. Then we're gonna return display here, and we're gonna check n and divide that on 1 underscore 000 underscore 000 to fixed, and we're gonna say n is less than 10 underscore 000 When that is true, then we're gonna return 1, otherwise it's gonna be 0, and we put attach m to the end of that. And then finally here I'm gonna return n divided by 1 underscore 000 underscore 000 underscore 000. And then that is gonna be actually gonna go inside parentheses dot to fixed, and it's gonna take 1, and I'm gonna attach b to that for the billions. And that's pretty much it for this function. And now we can save this and close this file. Now I'm gonna go into components, and in here I'm gonna create a new folder that is going to be artist. There you go. And in there I have a new file which is gonna be artist content.tsx, and I'm gonna say rfc, and I'm gonna say artist content component. There you go. And I'm gonna go to the app. There I have artist id page.tsx, and here I need to write some code. And before that, yes, we are on the artist page. So here I'm gonna import type metadata. There you go. Then I'm gonna also import node found, and then I'm gonna need artist content, the component that we just created. And then I'm gonna get artist detail, also get home feed. There you go. Now we have type artist page props is equal to this params. I'm gonna say promise, and this is gonna be id string. There you go. Now here I'm gonna say export async function generate metadata. There you go. And in there I'm gonna say params, which is gonna be type of artist page props, and that's gonna return a promise which is gonna be metadata. Let's open that function. We have const id, which is equal to await params. Then we have const artist is equal to await get artist detail. There you go. And I'm gonna put id there. Then we have if artist, hold on, artist, there you go. If artist doesn't exist, then we're gonna do return title is gonna be artist not found. There you go. And I'm gonna say return title artist dot name. Then description is going to be artist dot bio exist. Then in that case it's gonna be, well, in this case we're just gonna do this thing here, that we're gonna say either artist bio, or we're gonna say top tracks, albums, and similar artists for artist dot name. There you go. And now in here we have export default async function artist page. It's gonna take params. There you go. And yes, we have params here, here, and here. And this is gonna be artist page props. There you go. and I'm gonna get these three things here, and for this I'm gonna say not found. There we have ID, and just not the ID here that I want here. I'm gonna actually use const, and I'm gonna say artist, and then I'm gonna say feed equal to await promise dot all, and that's gonna be get artist detail. There you go. I'm gonna put ID there, and then we have get home feed. There you go. And then if artist does not exist, we say not found, and here I'm gonna say const similar is equal to feed dot popular artists dot filter one artist, and then I'm gonna say a dot id doesn't match artist dot id, and then on that I'm gonna use slice from 0 to 6. There you go. And finally here we're gonna return artist content there, formatting everything and saving everything. And here we're gonna put two props once we have everything ready in this file. So I'm gonna go to here. We have artist component that's coming from here, of course, and now we are ready to work on this file. All right, so first of all, I'm gonna get rid of everything here. We have use client, then I'm gonna go for use memo, also use state, and use transition. There you go. Image from next image, and link from next link, and badge check from Lucid React, header our component, then we have play button. There you go. Track row, also content card, also section row, all of the components that we used on the home page, collection more menu, and then here we have use scroll container, also format number, and pick accent hacks, then use library store, use player store, and use toast store, of course, and toggle follow artist. There you go. And I'm gonna import that as here as action. There you go. Then of course import type is going to be artist. There you go, from types. Awesome. Now here I'm gonna say interface props, and we have artist is going to be artist. There you go. I did, yeah, it was wrong before. Artist, and this needs to be saying T as well. All right, we have similar here and artist array of that basically. And here we have export function artist content, and this is gonna be artist and similar, and this whole thing is gonna be props. There you go. And let me open that now. So here I'm gonna say const scroll reference. This is gonna be equal to use scroll container. Then we have const show all, set show all is equal to use state, which is gonna be false initially. Const we have disco filter set disco filter, hold on, set disco filter, there you go, is equal to use state, and this is going to be disco filter, and I'm going to say all initially. And of course, that needs to be defined here as well. So I'm going to do that. Type disco filter is equal to all or album or single or EP here. There you go. Now after that here, I'm going to say const, comma, and start transition is equal to use transition. And there you go. We have const followed is equal to use library store s dot followed artist ids dot includes artist dot id. There you go. Const toggle follow local is equal to use library store s, that's gonna be s dot toggle follow artist. There you go. Const push toast is equal to use toast store s dot push. Const current track is equal to use player store, and we have s here, that's going to be s dot current track. We have const is playing is equal to use player store s dot is playing. There you go. Const play and toggle play is going to be equal to use player store s dot actions. And we have const accent is equal to use memo, and it's going to be pick accent hex, that's going to take an artist dot id and second value initial, basically artist dot id. There you go. And now after that here, I'm gonna put const popular is equal to show all. When show all is there and that's true, then we're gonna say artist dot popular tracks dot slice, hold on, from 0 to 10. Otherwise it's gonna be artist dot popular tracks dot slice, it's gonna be 0 to 5. That's pretty much it. Then next here, I'm gonna say const q is equal to artist dot popular tracks. There you go. And next up here, I'm gonna say const is in q is equal to current track and q dot sum track dot id is equal to current track dot id. There you go. We have const is playing, this is equal to boolean, that's gonna be is in queue and is playing. Let me format everything, and here I'm gonna say const on play artist is equal to this function. Open that. If is in queue toggle play, else if, actually, hold on, yeah, here, else if I'm gonna say queue 0 play queue 0, then queue here. All right, then after that I'm gonna come here and I'm gonna write const filtered albums is equal to disco filter is equal to all, then in that case I'm gonna go for something like artist dot albums. Otherwise I'm gonna go for artist dot albums dot filter, and it's gonna take single artist. A dot type is equal to disco filter. There you go. Next here I'm gonna say const on toggle follow is equal to this, and here I'm gonna say toggle follow local, and I'm gonna put artist dot id here, and I'm gonna say push toast followed. If that is true, then I'm gonna say unfollowed artist dot name. Otherwise I'm gonna say following artist dot name. There you go. After that, here I'm gonna say start transition, and this is going to be a sync function. I have try and catch block in this one, and this is gonna be a wait toggle follow artist action, and this is gonna be id artist dot id. Name is gonna be artist dot name, and image URL is gonna be artist dot image URL. And in the catch block I'm gonna say toggle follow local. I'm gonna put artist dot id, and push toast is going to say sign in to follow artist. There you go. Formatting everything, and now after this here we are finally going for the return. There you go, open that. And before we do that, let's go back to our page.tsx, and what do we need to give it? Artist and similar. So we have artist, which is gonna be artist, and similar, which is gonna be similar here. There you go. And what issue do we have here? Yeah, there you go. That's been fixed as well. All right. And it's giving us error because we have nothing to display in the return yet. It will be fixed soon. Let's say we have header. There you go. And that header needs a scroll container reference, which is going to be scroll reference as react dot reference object, and that's going to be HTML element or null, and then accent is going to be accent, and then sticky content is going to be something like this. I'm going to open that, and this is going to display a play button, which is going to be playing, and take is playing this. Then we have on click, which is going to say on play artist, and then we have size, which is MD, and after that we have a span, class name text dash base, and also font dash bold, and it's gonna say artist dot name. There you go. Formatting everything and saving everything. This whole thing looks good, and we have the issue with the artist content. Hold on. So if I artist content, there you go, give it the artist, which is gonna be artist, and also the similar, which is gonna be similar. And there you go, formatting everything, saving everything. Let's go here. We have the header working perfectly. We can go back and we can always go to the artist page. Let's say this one. Let's start building the rest of the artist content component here. So after the header, which is ending here, I'm gonna go for another component. So here I'm gonna create a div, and I'm gonna give it a class name of relative and height dash a custom value, which is gonna be 260 pixels. On small screen sizes, height is gonna be changing to 340 pixels. And on large screen sizes, that's gonna be changing to height dash 400 pixels. And I'm gonna open that div, and in here I have another div. I'm gonna give it class name absolute and inset 0. Then here we have image component, and I'm gonna give it a source, which is gonna be artist dot banner URL. And if that exists, awesome. Otherwise, it's gonna be artist dot image URL. Awesome. Then I'm gonna need a few more. So hold on, alt, I'm gonna say artist dot name. If that exists, awesome. Otherwise, just empty alt. Then we have fill, then we have priority, then we have sizes, and for that I'm gonna be going for max dash width 768 pixels. This is gonna be 100 viewport width. Otherwise, calculate, and that's gonna be 100 viewport width minus 340 pixels. There you go. Then next we need class name, which is gonna be object dash cover. There you go. Let me format it. And after that, actually, let's go take a look if we see anything. We don't, right? So here now I'm gonna see a div, and I'm gonna give it a class name of absolute and inset 0. Then we have style, that is gonna be background linear dash gradient, and that's going to be 180-degree transparent 0% RGBA 0.45, and then here we have 60% comma RGBA 000 comma 0.95, and then here it's going to be 100%. Let me format everything. There you go. And now after this div here, basically this div can be self-closing. So now here, so basically this div, main div, so here I'm gonna create another div, give it the class name of relative, then we have flex, then we have height dash full, flex dash call, and then we need justify end, also gap 2 px4 pb5, and then small screen sizes, it's going to be gap 3 on small screen sizes px6, and on small again it's going to be pb6. Open that div, and here we have artist dot verified. If the artist is verified, then we're gonna display a div here, I'm gonna give it a class name, flex, items dash center, gap 2, text dash small, and we have text dash base, and that's gonna be a badge check. There you go. And this is gonna be size 20, and class name is gonna be fill dash custom value, which is gonna be hash for CB3FF and text dash black. There you go. Then I'm gonna add a span here. I'm gonna say verified artist. Let me format everything, bring it up. And now after this condition here, I'm gonna create an h1, give it some class names like break words, and then we have text dash 4XL, we have font black, leading is gonna be none, then we have text dash base. We also need on small, which is gonna be text 6XL, and on large it's gonna be text 8XL, and on drop shadow this is gonna be custom value 0 underscore 4px underscore 20px underscore RGBA 000, comma 0.6, and this is gonna display artist dot name. Then after the h1 here we have p tag. Class name is going to be text dash small, then text dash base, and this is gonna be format number, and then we have artist dot monthly listeners, and here I'm gonna say monthly listeners. Saving everything, and now if we go to the screen here and you guys get to see the banner, the name, and how many monthly listeners are there. Let's try some other. So let's try this one. There you go. It is a verified artist and 2.3 million monthly listeners. Awesome. And let me try another one. There you go, 6.8, and let's go back here. All right, so this main div here, I'm gonna go and create another div here now. That is gonna be here. We have a class name relative, and then we have a style, which is gonna be background, and that's gonna be linear dash gradient 180-degree, and we're gonna add accent here, CC 0%, comma here, and we have transparent here, and that's gonna be 240 pixels. There you go. I'm gonna put a comma here, and then actually, yeah, let's open that div, and in here we have another div. I'm gonna give it a class name flex dash wrap, items dash center, and gap is gonna be 4, px is gonna be 4, py is gonna be 5, and small screen sizes gap is gonna be 6, on small px is gonna be 6, and on small py is gonna be 6 as well. All right, I'm gonna open that div, and here we have play button. There you go. And I'm gonna say here playing is playing this. Then we have on click, that's gonna be on play artist, and the size is gonna be XL. Awesome. Then after that, here we have a button. I'm gonna give it a type of button, and then it's gonna be on click, which is gonna be on toggle follow, and also class name is going to be here. That's gonna be rounded dash full border px4 py 1.5 text small and font bold, also transition. And then here I'm gonna say followed. If that is the case, then I'm gonna say border white slash 40 bg dash white slash 10, then text dash base. Also on hover it's gonna be border dash white. Otherwise it's gonna say border dash white slash 60 text dash base, and hover it's gonna be border white dash white, and on hover it's gonna be scale 105. There you go. Let me format everything. And now let me open that button here, and this is gonna say if followed, it's gonna say following, otherwise it's gonna say follow. Let me format everything, save everything. Let's go here, and this is what we have. So following, sign in to follow artist, and there you go. We need, of course, that to be fixed. So let's get down here, and under this button here I'm gonna say collection more menu, and size for that is gonna be 28. Saving it. Let's go here. There you go. This is the copy link. And all right, now we're gonna need to get one div down here, and we're gonna need to say popular dot length is more than 0, then we are doing this. And that is gonna be section. We have a class name px4 4 and pb-8, small screen sizes px6. Now in that section we have h2 popular, and I'm gonna give it some class names like margin bottom -4, text to excel here, and font bold, and we have text dash base. All right, after the h2 here we have a div. I'm gonna give it class name flex call and gap 1. Open that div, and here I'm gonna say popular dot map, and it's gonna take t and I, track and index, and that's gonna hold on, that's gonna open that direct return, and we have track row. In there I'm gonna showcase key, which is gonna be t dot id, and index, which is gonna be I, and track, which is gonna be t here, and then q, which is gonna be q, of course, and show album, which is gonna be false, and then we have show date added, that is also gonna be false. There you go. Let me go here, and this is what we see. Awesome. These are the popular tracks. Let's go back. And now after this, where we have this div, under that div I'm gonna go for artist dot popular tracks dot length is more than 5, then we are doing this. So here we have button, class name, and of course type, which is gonna be button. Also on click, that is gonna be set show all, that's gonna be V, and we're gonna reverse that V here. And then class name here is gonna be margin top dash 4 text dash small, and we have font dash bold, and we have text dash subtoed, and on hover it's gonna be text dash base. And I'm gonna open that button, and here it's gonna say show all, show less, otherwise see more. All right, let's go here, and there you go, see more, and we get to see the more and show less, and that's been minimized. Awesome. And also we have this little effect here on the header as well. Perfect. Let's go back here, and now under this section we have this, and now after that here I'm gonna say artist dot albums dot length is more than 0, then we are displaying this. So here I'm gonna create a section, and I'm gonna give it some class names like px-4, pb8, and small screen size is gonna be px6. All right, inside we have a div, class name margin bottom dash 4 flex, items center and justify between. Open that div, and here we have h2, which is gonna say discography, and I'm gonna give it some class names, text dash 2xl, font bold, then we have text dash base. There you go. After that here we have link, and that's gonna say href, and this is gonna say slash artist slash, it's gonna take artist dot id, and here of course it needs some class names, so we have text dash small, font dash bold, and text dash subdued. Then we have on hover it's gonna be underline, and the link should say show all. Let me format. And now after the link we have this div get, under that div, and we have another div here. I'm gonna give it class name margin bottom dash 4 flex wrap, and we have gap of 2. Open that div, and here we have this. I'm gonna open that, and I'm gonna say id all, then label is gonna be popular releases. There you go. And I'm gonna duplicate this a couple of times, so this one id changes to album, and this changes to albums, this changes to single, and this changes to singles and EPs. There you go. And that whole thing is going to be as id disco filter, and label, hold on, label is going to be string. There you go, an array of that. So that whole thing here, and I'm gonna say to that, I'm gonna say dot map, and we have one f here, and we return directly here, and that's gonna be a button. That gonna take some classes where we have rounded dash full. There you go. And we have px3, we have py 1.5, and text small, and transition. And then here we have if disco filter is equal to f dot id, then this is gonna be, I'm gonna enter here, I'm gonna say bg-white text-black, or it's gonna say, otherwise it's gonna say bg-white/10 text-text-base, and on hover it's going to be bg-white/20. Let me format everything. Awesome. And this button needs to say key f.id, and also type should be button, and also on click should be set disco filter is gonna be f.id. And I'm gonna open that button now, and in here we have simply just f.label. There you go. So we have these filters basically: album, singles, EPs, and all that. And these are the buttons, but we have some spacing issue here, so I'm gonna go back, and yes, we are missing a flex here. Save it. Let's go back. There you go. It looks much better now. Let's go back. So now under this div, but within the section, I'm gonna create another div here, and I'm gonna give it a class name that's gonna be grid, and grid-calls, and that's going to be repeat auto dash fill comma min max, and here I have 140px comma 1 fraction. Then we get out of here and we have gap of 3. On small screen sizes it's going to be grid dash calls, and that changes to repeat auto dash fill comma min max 170px comma 1 fraction, and here on small screen sizes it's gonna be gap of 4. Now inside that div here we have filtered albums dot map, and it's gonna take one album, and I'm gonna run direct return on that. This is gonna be content card. There you go. And on that content card, I'm gonna say key is gonna be album.id. Then we have image URL, that's gonna be album.cover URL, and we have title, so that's gonna be album.title, and then we have subtitle, and for that I'm gonna say album.year, and I'm gonna put space here, dot here, and I'm gonna say album dot type. When that is equal to EP, then here I'm gonna say EP, otherwise I'm gonna say al dot type 0 dot to uppercase plus al dot type dot slice 1. Let me format everything, and now under that here I'm gonna need href. That href is gonna be slash album slash al.id, and here I'm gonna say variant is going to be album, and also on play it's gonna be al.tracks 0 and play tracks 0. Hold on, it's gonna say al.tracks 0 and then al.tracks. There you go. Hold on, let me format everything and save everything, and then after that here I'm gonna say filtered albums dot length is equal to 0. Then we're gonna display this, and that's gonna be p Class name is going to be text dash small and text dash subdued. And here, nothing here yet. There you go. Let me format. Let's go back here, and there you go. We have popular releases. We have albums. If I click on that, and a single, there you go. Nothing here yet. Awesome. Okay, so now I'm gonna come down here and I'm gonna say artist.bio. If that exists, then we are displaying this section now. Class name px-4 pb-8 and pb-8, and then we have small screen sizes px-6. There you go. Here I have h2. I'm saying about, and it's gonna say class name margin bottom dash 4, text to Excel, font bold. Then we have text dash base. Awesome. After that, here we have a div. Gonna give it a class name relative max dash width dash 3xl. We have overflow hidden rounded xl and bg dash elevated base padding 6. I'm gonna open that div, and here we have a p tag. Class name text dash small and leading relaxed, also text dash base, and p here is gonna say artist.bio. After the p tag, I'm gonna create another p tag, class name margin top dash 3, text dash small, and this is gonna be text dash subdued. There you go. And this p tag is gonna display format number artist dot monthly listeners, and here I'm gonna say monthly listeners. There you go. All right, let me save that and let's go back here, and well, that's not there because seems like for this artist that section does not exist. Let's try some other artist. Let's try this one. Nope. Homepage. This one. And nope. Make sure that we are doing it the right way. Let's actually do one thing. I'm gonna comment this and comment this as well, and let's go here. We have error. Hold on. Yeah, let's do it this way, and now let's go here. So we do get to see the about, but there's no bio, and it says 0.3k monthly listeners, which is already being displayed here. So yes, it's doing the checking correct. I'm gonna get rid of this and put it back here. And we're just ready to move on to the next one. And that would be here. I'm gonna say similar dot length is more than 0. Then here we're displaying this div. Class name px-4 pb16. On small screen sizes, it's gonna be px6. All right, open that, and here we have section row, and inside that I'm gonna give it a title that's going to be fans also like, and this is gonna take similar dot map similar, and for the each iteration I'm gonna go for content card. There you go. I'm gonna give it a key, which is, let's change it to, yeah, keep it s. So s dot id here, and then here we have image url, which is gonna be s dot image url. Then we have title, so s dot name here. Then we have subtitle, I'm gonna say artist, and then we have href here. and I'm gonna say slash artist slash, actually, do you know what? A seems better. A suits better here. A dot id, and I'm gonna change this to a here, 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 and here, and we're good to go. All right. After that, here I'm gonna say variant, and that's gonna be artist. There you go. Let me format everything, and let's go take a look here. Fans also like. There you go. Awesome. So if I go there, YouTube, there you go. Arijit Singh. And there you go. Awesome. 23K monthly listeners. Perfect. Fantastic job. And with that, we have officially completed our artist page as well. Fantastic job, guys. Excellent. Now I would like to move on to the playlist page, but before we do that, let's try clicking the follow button and we see this, and it changes to following for a second, but then it suddenly changes back to follow. Seems like this is not working the way it's supposed to, and the reason for that is that if you go to config.ts under lib and auth, here in the callbacks we only have one for the JWT and we does not have any for this session. So that's what we're gonna do now. Async session, and that's gonna take a session and token, and I'm gonna open that if token dot id and session dot user exists, then we go for session dot user dot id is equal to token as token dot id as string, and then after that here we finally return session. There you go, something like that. So I'm gonna format everything and let's go back here. I'm gonna log out once, make sure you refresh, log in once again, and let's try this one more time. Let's go to the artist page, and now let's try clicking the follow button, and there you go, following Arijit Singh, and it's working perfectly fine. Wonderful. Let's go back to our code editor. I'm gonna close everything here, and first of all I'm gonna go to playlist, and here we have page.tsx, and then I'm gonna create a playlist content component. That component is gonna go under components, and here I'm gonna create a folder called playlist, and then I'm gonna create a new file in there, which is gonna be playlist content.tsx. There you go. We have use client, and then here we have use memo, then we have use state, also use transition. There you go. We have use router from next navigation. Hold on, use router from next navigation. Then we have pencil from Lucid React, as well as trash 2 from Lucid React. Also header, and also collection hero. There you go. Collection actions and collection accent background, empty collection state, also meta link and meta separator. There you go. Then I'm gonna need type more menu item. That's gonna be type, and then here I'm gonna need track list. There you go. Play list cover, and I'm gonna need use scroll container. Then I need use collection callback, also use toast store, and also play button, and here we need UI, and I'm gonna need format long duration, also format number, and pick accent X, also total duration. And then I'm gonna need import type playlist from types. There you go. And that's pretty much it for now. So basically these are all of the imports that we need, except a couple of that we are missing, and I would like to create those, as those are very important for the server actions basically. So first of all, I'm gonna go to lib folder, then we have actions, and in here I'm gonna create a new file called playlists.ts. There you go. This is gonna be use server. Then I'm gonna say revalidate path, also z from zod, and then I'm gonna need safe auth, also Prisma, and that's gonna come, yeah, I guess that's the correct one. And then I'm gonna need track type, and can't find that here. So type track, import type track. There you go. Here I have async function require user ID promise, and this is gonna be a string. Open that, const session is equal to await safe auth. There you go. And then it's gonna be if session dot user dot ID does not exist, means here, and I'm gonna put a question mark here as well, does not exist, then throw new editor, and that's gonna be unauthorized. There you go. Now here we have return session dot user dot ID. Of course, that's gonna return when that's available. Now here we need create, delete, and rename for the playlist. So first const create schema is equal to z dot object. Open that, we have name z dot string dot trim dot min1 dot max 120 dot optional. There you go. Then next we have description, DESCRI description, and that's gonna be z dot string dot trim dot max is gonna be 300 dot optional. There you go. Now here I'm gonna say export async function create playlist, and in there I'm gonna say input is going to be name string, description string, and initially a empty object that's gonna return a promise, which of course where we have ID, which is gonna be a string. Open that function, and this is gonna be const user ID is equal to await require user ID, and we have const parsed is equal to create schema create, hold on, yeah, spellings issue, create schema dot parse, and then I'm gonna say input in here. There you go. Then here I'm gonna need const count is equal to await prisma dot playlist dot count, and I'm gonna say where This is going to be owner ID is user ID. There you go. Then const playlist is equal to await Prisma dot playlist dot create, and that's gonna be data where we have owner ID is gonna be user ID. Then we have name parsed dot name and parsed dot name dot length is more than 0, then it's gonna be parsed dot name. Otherwise it's gonna be, hold on, my playlist hashtag, and here I'm gonna say count plus 1, and there you go. And next up I'm gonna need, yeah, this is gonna be a question mark here, and then here I'm gonna say description, which is gonna be parsed dot description if that exists, otherwise just null. There you go. And then here I'm gonna say revalidate path slash library and revalidate path slash root, and we have return ID, which is going to be playlist.id. There you go. And we are done with this function. Next, we need for the delete, and for that we need export async function delete playlist ID, which is going to be a string, and it's going to return a promise. Hold on. So void. And this is going to const user ID is equal to await require user ID, and then we have await prisma dot playlist dot delete many, and it's going to be where ID is going to be playlist ID, and owner ID is going to be user ID. There you go. And finally, after that, we do revalidate path slash library. Let me format everything, save everything. All right, now here I'm gonna go for the rename. Const rename schema is equal to z dot object, where we have id z dot string dot min 1. Then we have name z dot string dot trim dot min 1 dot max 120. Then here we have description, and z dot string, here we have dot trim, also max 300 dot optional. There you go. Let me check. Yeah, it needs to be trim. Yeah, because I wondered why this is not giving me the error here but here. So yeah, that was the R missing there. All right, and then after that I'm gonna say export async function rename playlist. It's gonna take an input which is gonna be unknown, and it's gonna return a promise which is gonna be void. And open that. Here we have const user ID. There you go, this one. And after that I'm gonna say const ID name, and description is gonna be coming from rename schema dot parse and input in there. Then await prisma dot playlist dot update many where, and that's gonna be where ID, and then owner ID is gonna be user ID. There you go. And then we have data, that's gonna be name and description, and if description exists, that is, otherwise just null. And here we have revalidate path, and I'm gonna use template literals here slash playlist slash, this is gonna be ID, and then revalidate path is gonna be slash library. There you go. Saving everything, and we have an issue here that I would like to address. That is this track, and let me check here. So it says expected, yes, okay, and then again it says all right, formatting everything, saving everything, that's been resolved. Awesome. I'm gonna close this file now, and now I'm gonna import delete playlist from the playlists actions as well. Awesome. So here we have interface props, open that. This is gonna be a playlist. This is gonna be playlist type. Then we have owned by me boolean. There you go. Here we have export function playlist content. This is gonna take playlist and owned by me, which is equal to false by default, and this is gonna be props. And let's open that. Now here we have const scroll reference is equal to use scroll container. There you go. Let me save that. Here I'm gonna say const router is equal to use router. We have const pending, and it's gonna be start transition is equal to use transition. There you go. We have const confirm delete, confirm delete is gonna be set confirm delete is equal to use state. By default it's gonna be false. Const rename open set rename open is equal to use state false. Then we have const push toast is equal to use toast store s dot push. There you go. Here we have const accent is equal to use memo, and that's gonna be pick accent hex. That's gonna take playlist dot id, and second value goes playlist dot id here again. Then here we have const total is equal to total duration playlist dot tracks. Then we have const is playing this, and also on header play is equal to use collection playback, and that's gonna be playlist dot tracks. And here we have owner only, like for editing details and stuff like that. So const extra menu items is equal to use memo more menu item, that's the type array of that, and I'm gonna go for this here. And in this, I'm gonna go for a function. So owned by me, owned by me, when that is true, then in that case, I'm gonna go for this array. And here for the else statement, for now, just an empty string, so we don't see the errors here. So this is gonna go for something like label edit details, and then we have icon, which is gonna be pencil, and the size of that is gonna be 16. And then on click, that's gonna be set rename open to true. There you go. And this needs to be something like this. There you go. And now here, just an empty array. That's it. Fantastic. And now after that, as a second value for the use memo, I'm gonna give it owned by me. There you go. Save everything. And now after that here, I'm gonna go for const on delete is equal to this. So if confirm delete is not there, then set confirm delete to true, and window dot set time out. This is gonna be set confirm delete to false after 4 seconds. There you go. And we finally return from there. And now here after this if, I'm gonna say start transition async, and that's gonna be here we have try, and we also have catch here. So in the try, I'm gonna say await delete playlist dot id, and then after that here push toast is gonna go for playlist deleted, and we have router dot push slash library, and router dot refresh. There you go. And now in the catch, I'm gonna say push toast could not delete playlist. I'm gonna save everything. And now after this, all right, so now I would like to go under this, and here I'm gonna say return, and here we have empty fragment. In there we have header, which is gonna be self-closing, of course, and we have scroll container reference, as react.ref object, and that's gonna be either HTML element or null. Then we have accent, which is accent. Then we have sticky content. There you go. And that's gonna be something in the fragment here. So I'm gonna go for play button. There you go. This is gonna be playing. So that's gonna say is playing this. There you go. And we have on click. That's gonna be on header play. Then we have size, which is gonna be MD. And after this, we're gonna need a span, class name text dash base. And I'm gonna say font dash bold here. And here I'm gonna say playlist dot title. Now I would like to actually showcase this. So if I go to the page.tsx here, matter of fact, if I go to the album, I'm gonna grab everything from here, and let's say if I paste that over here, it's not going to work out of the box. So I'm gonna change this from album to playlist. There you go. It's gonna be used here, also being used here. Then this changes from, yeah, just generate metadata. Okay, this looks fine. Now this one, instead of album page, this changes to playlist page. There you go. And we have album content, and instead of that, I'm gonna also get rid of this thing here, and I'm gonna get playlist detail. There you go. And import type playlist over here as well. And here we have type playlist props, which is gonna return params id string. Okay, that's gonna be the same. And also I'm gonna bring playlist content here as well, the component that we are just working on here, this one. Now here I'm gonna actually remove all this stuff here. Const id await params. Here we have const from catalog is equal to await get playlist detail. I'm gonna give the id here, and then it's gonna be if from catalog is there, then return this title from catalog dot title. Then we have description, which is going to be from catalog dot description, or it's gonna be playlist by from catalog dot honor on Spotify clone. There you go. Let me format that. And then after that, I'm gonna need another section, but I'm not gonna do that now. That's gonna be for the mine. And here I'm gonna do one thing that's gonna return title, and that's gonna be playlist not found. There you go. All right. Then I'm gonna need to change things in here. And in here, I'm gonna say const from catalog is equal to await get playlist detail id, and then it's gonna be if from catalog exists, then we're gonna return that playlist content, and we are giving it a playlist which it expects that is gonna be from catalog. There you go. And of course, after that, if we're gonna need to write some code, which is basically gonna be fallback to a user owned playlist, but that's coming later, because for that we're gonna need a few server actions, and that is coming later. For now, let's go to our browser and let's go to the home and let's try visiting this playlist. And we do see the header here, which is perfect. Let's go back here to the playlist and add another component after this here. So here I'm gonna go for collection hero. There you go. And this is gonna take a kind, which is gonna be playlist here. And we have title. That's going to be playlist dot title. Then we have description, and that's gonna be playlist dot description. We also need cover URL, and that is playlist.cover URL. Here I'm gonna go for cover node, and that's gonna be here, playlist dot cover URL. If that is there, then we are going for undefined. Otherwise, we are going for this, and that's gonna be a playlist cover. There you go. And here we have class name, height dash full and width dash full, and icon size for that is going to be 64. There you go. Let me format everything. And now after this covered node here, I'm gonna need accent. There you go, accent. Next I need meta. That's gonna come from here. Bring it down, and here we have meta link, and I'm gonna give it href slash, and it's gonna say something like playlist dot honor. There you go. And let me format that, and after that here I'm gonna need playlist dot followers. If they are more than 0, then we're displaying this section, which is gonna be first of all meta separator, and then after that it's gonna be span. I'm gonna give it a class name, and actually since we have more elements, so we are gonna need to use an empty fragment here. There you go. Let me format. And here class name is gonna be text dash subdued, text subdued. Here we have format number. There you go. Playlist dot followers. Awesome. And this is gonna be likes. And after that here I'm gonna go for another meta separator there, and I'm gonna go for a span here, and I'm gonna say class name text subdued, and this is going to be playlist dot tracks dot length, and it's gonna say songs and a space here, of course. Let me bring it down here, and there you go. And then after that we need another span inside there. Class name is going to be text dash base, and this is going to be, hold on, this is going to be format long duration. That's going to take total. Let me format everything properly. Right now I guess we are done with this collection hero, which is ending here. So let's go here, and there you go. We have our collection hero, and that's for the playlist, of course. I'm gonna go back to the code editor, and now here I'm gonna need a collection accent background. Open that, and this is gonna take accent. We have accent here, and then inside there we have a div. Gonna give it a class name, flex items dash center justify between, then gap 3. Then we have padding right is gonna be 4, and small screen size is padding right is gonna be 6. Now here we have collection actions. There you go. And for that I'm gonna need a few props, of course. We have tracks, which is gonna be playlist dot tracks. Then we have save, that's gonna be owned by me. If that is the case, then it's gonna be undefined. Otherwise we're gonna say this, and in here we have kind playlist, ID is going to be playlist.id, and label is going to be this object where we have saved, added to your library, and unsaved is going to be removed from your library. There you go. Let me format. And after the save here, I'm going to go for something like extra menu items, and that is going to be extra menu items that we have. All right. Next, after that here, I'm going to go for something like owned by me. If that is true, then we are displaying this button. Class name is going to be here. We have inline dash flex items dash center gap of 2 rounded full, and then we have border px4 py 1.5 text small font semi bold. There you go. And we have transition, and then I'm gonna go for something like confirm delete. If that is the case, then I'm gonna go for border red 400 bg red 500/15. Then I'm gonna go for text red 200. Otherwise it's gonna be border white/20 and text dash subdued. On hover it's gonna be border white/60, and on hover text dash base. Let me format. And also for this button I'm gonna need type, which is button, and also on click, which is gonna be on delete here, and then disabled, which is gonna be pending. And inside this button here now, I'm gonna need to display trash to icon, and this is gonna be size 16. After that, I'm gonna say confirm delete. If it's there, click to confirm. Otherwise, delete playlist. Awesome. Now here we have this, and then this div. After that div, I'm gonna go for playlist dot tracks dot length. If that is more than 0, then we are doing this. Otherwise, let's just say empty string for now. Open that, and in here we have track list, and that's gonna say tracks. Hold on, tracks. That's gonna be playlist dot tracks. And if that is not the case, then here we're gonna display something empty collection state. There you go. I'm gonna open that, and here I'm gonna say this playlist is empty. Find a song you like and hit the menu on the track row to add it here. There you go. Let me format, and we should be done with this now. And after this one here, I'm gonna go for a div. Gonna give it a class name that's going to be UI.collection footer, and this is gonna say p tag where we have copy, and I'm gonna say 2026 Spotify clone. There you go. Saving it, formatting it, and let's go here. Let me reload properly. Let me reduce the sound as well. There you go. It's being played. I can add it to library, of course. That functionality still remains. We're gonna do that here. And then of course the link can be copied. Yeah, link copy to clipboard. And there you go. We have all the songs here. Perfect. And we have the footer here. Wonderful. Wonderful. Let's go back. So basically, now we have playlists working, we have albums working, and we have artists working, which is perfect. Phenomenal. There is one more thing that we need to do here on this playlist content, and that is for the owned playlists. And that is coming next. All right, so right now I want to work on the owned playlists, but for that we need a few actions, a few server actions, and for that I'm gonna go to playlists.ts, go to the very bottom, and here I'm gonna go for some read actions. So here, first of all, I have export interface user playlist summary. Open that, and here we have ID string, name string, description string, or null. There you go. And then we have cover URL string or null, track count number, update at updated at date. There you go. Now here we have export async function list my playlists. This is gonna be a promise. User playlist summary goes here, an array of that, and let's open that. Promise. There you go. Awesome. So we have const session is equal to await safe auth. Then we have if session dot user dot id is not there, then we're gonna return an empty array. And const rows is equal to await Prisma dot playlist dot find many. And here we have where owner ID is session dot user dot ID. And we have order by. There you go. This is gonna be updated at descending. And then we have include. This is gonna be underscore count. There you go. And this is going to be select, and we have tracks, which is gonna be true. Okay, so what's missing here? Let me rewrite this line of code here from, yeah, there you go. So underscore count, then this is gonna be here we have select, which is going to be tracks dot tracks, and that's gonna be true. Awesome. Then here we have finally return, we have rows dot map r, and that's gonna, there you go. And now here we're gonna do r id is r dot id, and we have name r dot name. Then we have description, which is gonna be r dot description. We have cover URL, which is gonna be r dot cover URL. Track counts r dot count dot tracks. There you go. Then we have updated at, that's gonna be r dot updated at. Awesome. Awesome. And hold on. So here I would like to fix a couple of things. First of all, we have this cover URL. This needs to be cover URL here. Then, okay, hold on, where we have that. And then we have this. Okay, so here I would like to fix a couple of things. So as you guys can see, we have a few issues here. First of all, we have this track count is declared here, track count. It should be track count, not track counts. Then we have this cover URL that I noticed that should be, but with the capital letter we are having these issues. Okay, so cover URL, that's, oh, okay. So basically we're gonna need to go to our, actually I'm gonna search for model playlist. There you go, in the schema.prisma, and there you go, we have a cover URL with the capital U. And since we have made that change, we are gonna need to do npx prisma generate. There you go. I'm gonna run the server again, close this, and there you go, that issue has been resolved. Awesome. Let me format everything, and we have completed this function here, this action here. And I would like to go to the next one, which is export async function get my playlist. That's gonna be ID and string. It's gonna return a promise. Here we have a object in which we have ID, which is gonna be string, name, string, description, which is gonna be string or null. Then we have cover URL, which is gonna be string or null. We have owner name, which is gonna be string or null. And then we have tracks, which is gonna be a array of tracks. There you go. And are we pulling that? Cannot find track. Well, seems like we are not bringing track here. So we need to bring track here. Hold on, let me go to the very top, and here import type track. There you go. Now we have the track type here. Awesome. So now this promise is going to return this or just null. There you go. And let's open that function. And now we need to, this thing is going to be resolved when we return, when we do the return statement. So here we have const session is equal to await safe auth. Then we have if session dot user dot id does not exist. There you go. Then we are going for return null. There you go. And now const p is equal to await prisma dot playlist dot find first here, where id owner id is going to be session dot user dot id. Then we have include, that's gonna be tracks, and there we're gonna say order by, that's gonna be position, and here this is gonna see ascending. There you go. Now here, then the next one here we have honor, and that's going to be select, and here we have, there you go, select name true and email to true as well. All right, let me format everything, and now after this here, I'm gonna go if p doesn't exist, then return null. And then here finally we're doing return to which is going to match this, and that's going to be id p.id. Then we have name p.name. Then we have description, which is going to be p.description. There matches everywhere. Awesome. And then we have cover URL, which is going to be p.cover URL. We have owner name, p.owner.name, otherwise p.owner.email. Then we have tracks, that's going to be p.tracks.map, single track, and then on each iteration it's going to be this object where we have id is equal to t.track id. Then title is going to be t.title. Artist is going to be t.artist. Artist id is going to be t.artist id, otherwise just an empty string. We have album, t.album, there you go. And then we have album id, that's going to be t.album id, otherwise just an empty string. And then we have duration, which is going to be t.duration sec. And we have cover URL, which is going to be t.cover URL, otherwise just an empty string. And then here, we can make this uppercase as well, but let's leave it like that for now. And we have audio URL, which is going to be t.audio URL or just undefined. And then we have added at, that's going to be t.added at dot to ISO string. There you go. Let me format everything. And so we have these tracks here. Hold on. And this is saying property album are incompatible. Album. All right. So either album or just an empty string. There you go. That's been fixed. The file turned green and we have completed this file for the playlists. Wonderful. Let's make sure that we wire this up into our page.tsx file here. So there we need get my playlist. There you go. And I'm gonna use that here. So const mine is equal to await get my playlist, and I'm gonna give it ID. And then here, if mine is available, then we're gonna return this title, mine dot name, and then description is going to be mine dot description. If that is there, awesome. Otherwise, your playlist on Spotify clone. There you go. Awesome. And let me get rid of both of these lines. So that is done. And now make sure that the fallback is ready as well. So when we create the edit playlist dialog component, everything is wired up into this page.tsx file already. So here we have const mine is equal to await get my playlist ID. Then we have if mine doesn't exist, we say not found, and then we have const playlist is playlist type is equal to, open that, and we have id mine dot id. Then we have title mine dot title, hold on, just like that. And then mine dot name, actually, yeah, name. Then we have description. There you go. This is gonna be mine dot description, otherwise just empty. Okay, there you go. And then we have cover URL is going to be equal to URL mine.cover URL or mine.tracks 0 dot cover URL. If the cover URL is available for the playlist, that's good. Otherwise, the cover URL of the first track. If that isn't available either, we just go for undefined. Then here we have honor is going to be equal to mine dot honor name, otherwise just you. Then we have followers 0. We have tracks mine dot tracks, and we have is public, that's going to be false. I'm going to format everything, save everything. Awesome. All right, so on the playlists, of course, we are not going to notice anything new, but the server actions are done and everything is wired up to the playlist page here as well. All right, now I would like to work on the search page, and for that, let's go to our code editor. I'm going to close everything and I'm going to create a new folder inside app. That's going to be search, and in here I'm going to create a new file page.tsx. So I'm going to import metadata, and it's not going to import it that way, so I'm going to need to put type metadata, and still, well, import type metadata from next. There you go. Then we have here, we're gonna import a component that we haven't created yet. I will write that in a minute here. So export const metadata with the type of metadata is equal to, here we have title, which is going to be search, and then here we have description, which is going to be search Spotify clone for songs, albums, artists, and playlists. There you go. And here I have export default function search page, and here I have return. I'm gonna put search content component here that we are going to create now. That's gonna go inside components. Here we have a new folder called search, and in there I'm gonna create the file search content.tsx. There you go. And rfc for now, and I'm gonna say, there you go, we have search content here, and here I'm gonna bring that from there, search content. There you go. Let's go take a look, and we have the search content available here. And now we need to write code for this page, for this component. Let's do that. So here, first of all, this is going to be a client component. So, and after that, I'm gonna bring suspense from React, then use effect, and also use state. Then I'm gonna need image from next image, and link from next link, and then I'm gonna need use search params from next navigation. I need search from Lucid React, and I'm gonna import that as search icon, and then I'm gonna need X from Lucid React as well as play from Lucid React. Then I'm gonna need header, our component, content card, also track row. Also, I'm gonna need use scroll container, and then I'm gonna need use player store UI cn, and also import type search payload. There you go, from catalog. Now here I'm gonna say const empty is gonna be search payload type is equal to this, where we have tracks empty, artists empty, then albums empty, and then we have playlists empty array, and then we have top result is gonna be null. There you go. I'm gonna scroll down here, and here I'm gonna create a function. I'm gonna say search content inner. That's gonna be const search params is equal to use search params. There you go. And here I'm gonna say const URL query is equal to search params dot get. I'm gonna get q. Come on, there you go. Otherwise just empty string. And I'm gonna say return search content. Hold on, actually. Here I'm gonna return another component, which is gonna be search content body. There you go. And I'm gonna need to create that here. So function search content body, and there you go. This goes here now, and in there we have const scroll reference. That's gonna be equal to use scroll container. Then I'm gonna need const query and set query, which is gonna be equal to use state, and this is gonna be equal to something that we're gonna write later. So for now I'm just gonna make it false for now. And here actually I'm gonna scroll up, and I'm gonna use this search content inner here. So I'm gonna go, and here I'm gonna open that suspense, and inside there I'm gonna use that component, and the suspense is gonna use fallback is gonna be null. There you go. And this body here, I'm gonna give it some props here. That's gonna be initial query, and that's going to be equal to initial query, which is gonna be a string, and that initial query needs to be used here. There you go. And of course we need to use that here as well. So initial query is gonna be URL query that we have here, and it says that we have some issue. Let me take a look. That says cannot be used as JSX component because it does not contain a return yet, I guess. So if let's say if I just put return in there, there you go, problem's been solved. And now here inside the search content body, along with the initial query, I'm gonna give it a key as well, which is gonna be the same URL query. All right, now here I'm gonna say const results state, and it's gonna be set results state is equal to use state, and that's gonna be this, where we have for query is gonna be a string, and we have payload, which is gonna be a search payload. There you go. And I'm gonna open that here, where we have for query, which is empty initially, and payload, which is also empty initially. There you go. And here I'm gonna say, let me format actually everything. and it says that we have some error. Let me go here, expression expected here. Let's say if I just display div here for now. There you go. Save everything. It's resolved, and that's been also formatted. And here I'm gonna need const play is equal to use player store s, then s dot actions dot play. There you go. Now I'm gonna go to the return here, and I'm gonna open this up, and here we have an empty fragment in which I'm gonna use our header. There you go. And this is gonna be scroll container reference, which is going to be scroll reference as react dot reference object, and this is gonna be either HTML element or null. There you go. Then we have accent, which is gonna be hash 121212 for this time. And let's save that and open this. There we go. We have our header nicely working. Let's go back to code editor. And now after that, I'm gonna create a div to which I'm going to give class name, which is going to be UI.page padding. Open that, and then another div where we have class name sticky top 0 z20, and then we have margin bottom of 6 dash mx4, and then we have bg dash base slash 80 px4 py4 backdrop blur simple. Then we have on small screen sizes, it's gonna be top dash, come on, hold on, yeah, there you go, 64 pixel. And then we have on small screen sizes minus mx6 mx6, and then we have small screen sizes px6 as well. I'm going to open that div in which we have a label, the HTML4 for that label, well, not needed. And I'm going to say class name, which is going to be relative, flex, width dash full. There you go, max dash width dash custom value 364 pixel. Then we have items dash center. I'm going to open that label, and here we have a search icon, and I'm going to say size, which is going to be 18, and class name, which is going to be pointer events none, pointer dash events none. There you go. And also absolute left 3 text dash subdued. There you go. Formatting everything. Hold on. Let me see if what issue we have. Can be written as, yeah, that's fine. All right, now after that, here within the label, I'm gonna say input, and this is going to be type search. Then we have value query. Then we have on change, that is going to be event set query event dot target dot value. Hold on, there you go. And then I'm gonna say placeholder, which is going to be what do you want to play. Area label, which is going to be search, and then class name here, that's going to be UI.search input. I'm gonna format everything, and then after that here I'm gonna say if query is true, then we are doing this. We're displaying a button class name that's gonna be absolute right 3 text subdued. There you go. And on hover, text dash base and open that button. But before that, I'm gonna give it a type of button, then also area label clear search, and also on click this is going to be set query. There you go. And inside there, here we have X size is gonna be 16 and close that. Perfect. I'm gonna save this. I'm gonna go to the browser and there you go. We have our search field here. We can write something and we get to see this little icon here that we can click and close. Awesome. Now there is something that, of course, there's a lot of more code for the search file, but we're going to need a couple of files to make further progress into this file. So we're going to put this file to a little pause for now, and we're going to build those two files first. All right, so the first file that we're going to need is under the lib. I'm going to create a new file and call it search dash categories.ts. There you go. And I'm gonna import type category from types, and then I'm gonna say const image is equal to seed, which is gonna be a string, and I'm gonna say https, and it's gonna be pixum.photos slash seed slash, and I'm gonna give that little seed here. There you go. Slash 300 slash 300. Awesome. Now here I'm going to write another function, export const search categories. This is going to be a category, and I'm going to open that, and in there I'm just going to paste this value here. Basically this is an object where we have ID, music, name, music, color, this color, image URL, this image name that is basically already provided to you in the GitHub repo. You can copy this. This is just some data that I didn't want to write in the video. Just ID, name, color, image URL different for each object, and that's pretty much it. And yes, we are done with this file, just with that. And now the next file that I want to write is, I'm gonna go to the lib and I'm gonna go to hooks, and here I'm gonna say use the bounce.ts. There you go. And it's gonna be import use effect from React, also use state from React. And I'm gonna say export function use the bounce. There you go. And it's gonna be a generic type T here, and I'm gonna say value, which is gonna be T, and delay, which is gonna be by default 250. Awesome. Open that, and here actually it's gonna return that T as well. So I'm gonna say const, this is going to be debounced, and set debounced is equal to use state. That's gonna take that value, and then we have use effect where we have this function here. I'm gonna say const id is equal to window dot set timeout, and here it's gonna be set debounce. This is gonna take that value and we're gonna put that delay here. There you go. And then I'm gonna return window dot clear timeout. This one I'm gonna give the ID here. Awesome. And then as a second value to this use effect, I'm gonna provide it value, and delay whenever these two things changes, and eventually I'm gonna return that debounced. There you go. And with that, this whole function is complete. So now I'm gonna go back to this file here, and I'm gonna bring both of those files. So here we have search categories. There you go. And also we have use debounce, and there you go. Awesome. So now before this return, I'm gonna need to write some code here. So I'm gonna say const debounced is equal to use debounce. There you go. And I'm gonna give it a query and 240 delay. Then I'm gonna say const trimmed query is equal to debounced dot trim. There you go. Use effect. This is gonna be this function here. There you go. And I'm gonna open that up, and here if I have if trimmed query isn't around, then it's gonna return const ctrl is equal to new abort controller. There you go. And I'm gonna fetch /API/search question mark q is equal to this encoded URI component, and I'm gonna put trimmed query there. And after that here, I'm gonna provide a second value, which is gonna be an object. So that is gonna be a signal, which is going to be ctrl dot signal. There you go. Awesome. And now after that, I'm gonna say dot then. It's gonna take the response, and then on that response r dot json as promise, which is going to be search payload. Awesome. And then on that, I'm gonna do another then, which is gonna take that payload, and then this is gonna be set results state, and that's gonna be this object where we have for query is going to be trimmed query, and we have payload. Awesome. And then on that again, I'm gonna use dot catch, and for the cat there we have error, and we're gonna say open that, and in here I'm gonna say if error dot name, hold on, error dot name is not equal to about error. There you go. Then we're gonna say console dot warn search failed, and here I'm gonna provide the error as well. Format everything, and we are done with this one. But there's one thing left, that on this use effect we're gonna need to give it that trimmed query, and also we're gonna need to make sure that we return this ctrl dot abort. Awesome. Now here I'm gonna say const visible results search payload, hold on, search payload is equal to trimmed query. If that is true, then results state is gonna be dot payload. Otherwise, it's gonna be empty. Empty. Where is that empty? There you go. And here I'm gonna say const results are fresh is equal to results state dot for query is equal to trimmed query. Awesome. Let me format everything and save everything. All right, let's go down, and after this div here, I'm gonna say if the bounced is not true, then in that case, I'm gonna doing this, otherwise this. So in case of true here, I'm gonna create a section. There you go. And I'm gonna give it a class name, which is gonna be UI.section heading. And I'm gonna say, actually, no. No. This doesn't need the class name here. I'm gonna need h2 here, and to that I'm gonna add that class name here. And I'm gonna say browse all. After that, here I'm gonna create a div and I'm gonna give it class names. So we have grid calls 2, then we have gap of 3, small screen size is gonna be grid calls 3, and then we have on small screen sizes gap is gonna be 4, large screen sizes it's gonna be grid calls 4. There you go. And on Excel screen size, it's gonna be grid calls 5. I'm gonna open that div, and here I have search categories, a dot map category and index for each. And for that, I'm gonna return a link, and that's gonna be in, first of all, let's add key there, which is gonna be c.id. Then we have href /search/ queue here, and I'm gonna provide that encoded URI component, and I'm gonna in here I'm gonna add c.name. There you go. And then after that here I'm gonna say class name, which is going to be relative, and aspect, which is going to be 16/11. Then we have overflow hidden and rounded LG and P4, and we have transition. Then we have hover, opacity is going to be 95. There you go. And now inside here, I'm going to say style, and that is going to be background color, which is going to be c.color. There you go. And I'm going to open that. Here I have a span. I'm going to give it a class name, relative Z10, text XL, and font dash bold. Then I have text dash white, and then drop shadow. There you go. And inside this span, I'm gonna say c.name. I'm gonna save everything, and seems like we have issue, yes, with this one. But let's worry about that. Actually, let's display p here, and there you go. And now after this span here, I'm gonna create a div, and I'm gonna give it a class name, which is gonna be area. Hold on, I'm gonna give it a area hidden, and in the class name I'm gonna say pointer dash events dash none absolute dash bottom dash 2 dash right dash 2, and then I have h24 height 24. Let me format everything. There you go. And then after that I'm gonna need width dash 24, and rotate is gonna be 25°. And then after that overflow hidden and rounded MD and shadow XL. Open that div, and here I have image and source. This is going to be c.image URL, and alt empty for now. Fill size is going to be 96 pixel, and priority is going to be I -5 here, and I'm going to say class name is going to be object dash cover. Come on. There you go. Let me format everything, and we are done with this state. So if we go here, this is what we see. we have browse all of these images which are broken. And if I can inspect that, so here, if I can open that up, where here we have this div, and here we have this image and source. There you go. This is the source URL. So if I can just, of course, that's not going to work that way. Let's go back to our code editor. Okay, I'm gonna actually let's reload everything once again and make sure that this is not the issue with the cache or something, or the server loading thing. Yes, that is the issue with the image. And we have this image timeout error, gateway timeout. Okay, well, we will deal with that, but before that, we're gonna need to work on this else statement. Where is that debounced? There you go. So here I'm gonna say a div. I'm gonna give it a class name of space y dash 8. There you go. And I'm gonna open that div, and here I have visible results dot top result. If that is true, then I'm gonna display this code, and this is gonna be a section where I have class name grid calls 1, then we have gap of 6, large screen size is gonna be grid calls, and this is gonna be custom value. We have min max 0 comma 3 atpx underscore. Here we have one fraction, and then inside that section here I'm gonna go for a div. Open that, h2. This is gonna be class name, and I'm gonna say UI dot section heading, and here top results. Save. And if I go here, let's say search for music, we have this issue here, as we are gonna need to create that, right? Hold on, maybe, hold on. So this needs to be question mark, I guess. Hold on. Let me refresh. And if I click on music now, there you go. We have top results now. Awesome. So now I'm gonna get down here, and after the h2 here I have a link which is gonna take an href that's going to be visible results dot top result dot href, and I'm gonna give it a class name which is gonna be cn. I'm gonna give it cn here, and that's going to be actually first UI.content card, and then I'm gonna give it group relative block and rounded LG and padding 5. There you go. Now here I'm gonna open that, and here I have a div. The div is gonna have some classes, of course, so I'm gonna give it relative height dash 24, width dash 24, overflow hidden, bg dash decorative subdued, and I'm gonna say f visible results dot top results dot kind is equal to artist. Then we're gonna display rounded dash full, otherwise it's gonna be actually, there you go, otherwise it's gonna be rounded dash empty. Let me format everything, and here inside that I'm gonna create an image which is gonna take a source. We have visible results dot top result dot image URL, alt is going to be empty, fill, then also sizes 96 pixel, and after that we have class name, which is going to be object dash cover. Let me check the image here. Yeah, seems good. Okay, object cover, awesome. Let me format everything, and now if I go there you go, we have the artist here, and now after this div here, I'm gonna create a p tag. I'm gonna give it class name margin top dash 4, truncate, and text 3xl, font dash black, and text dash base. And in that p tag, I'm gonna say visible results dot top result dot title. Save it. Let's go here, and there you go, music and fun ink. Awesome. After that p tag, I'm gonna need a div, give it class name margin top dash 2, and flex items dash center gap is going to be 2. Open that div, have a span, class name rounded dash full, bg dash white slash 10, and px2 py 0.5, text dash xs, font dash bold uppercase. Then we have text dash base, and in there, in that span, I'm gonna say visible results dot top result dot kind. And after that span, I'm gonna have another one, give it class name text dash small text subdued, and I'm gonna give it visible results dot top result dot subtitle. Let me format everything, save everything. Let's go here, and there you go. This is an artist, and here we have artist, as the subtitle is not available. So under this span, then we have this div. After that div, I'm gonna create a button, give it a class name, and also type for this one is gonna be button. Area label for this one is gonna be play top result, and I'm gonna say on click for this one is gonna be event, and this is gonna be a function. Open that, and I'm gonna write e dot prevent default. Then I'm gonna say const top is equal to visible results dot top results. There you go. And I'm gonna say if top is not available, we return. And if top dot kind is equal to track, then we go const track is equal to visible results dot tracks dot find, and we're gonna say x is x dot id. Hold on, x dot, come on, dot id is equal to top dot id. Awesome. And then here I'm gonna say if track is available, then we're gonna say play track from the visible results dot tracks. There you go. Let me format everything, and now in here I'm gonna say else if, I'm gonna say top dot kind is equal to artist, then in that case const a is equal to visible results dot artists dot find, and I'm gonna open that, and here we have x again, and I'm gonna go for x dot id is equal to top dot id. There you go. Let me format everything, and now under the const here I'm gonna say if a dot popular tracks 0 is available, then we're simply gonna play a dot popular tracks 0 from the a dot popular tracks. There you go. And again for this one I'm gonna say here else if this is gonna be top dot kind is equal to album, then in that case we're gonna say const al is equal to visible results dot albums dot find, and here I'm gonna say x again, x dot id is equal to top dot id. There you go. And after that here, hold on, after that here I'm gonna say if album dot tracks 0 is available, then play album dot tracks 0 from the album dot tracks. Awesome. All right, now here once again I'm gonna say else if top dot kind is equal to playlist, then const pl is equal to visible results dot playlists dot find, and here I have x dot id is equal to top dot id. It's gonna return true and false based on that. And then we're gonna say if playlist dot tracks 0 is available, then we're gonna play that playlist dot tracks 0 from that playlist dot tracks. There you go. And now we need to give it some class names, so that is going to be absolute. We have bottom 5, then we have right 5, flex, h12, w12, h-12, width-12, and then I'm gonna need translate y2. There you go, items dash center and justify center, rounded full, and bg dash Spotify green, text dash black, opacity 0, and shadow large, transition all, there you go, and then duration to 100. On hover it's gonna be scale 105, and group hover it's gonna be translate y0, and then group hover is gonna be opacity 100. And I'm gonna open that button, and here I'm gonna say play. That's the icon. I'm gonna give it size of 20, and class name to that button is gonna be translate x dash x, and this is gonna be 1 pixel, and also fill dash black. And I guess that should be it. Let me go there, and there you go. We get to see this button. If I click on that, let me do a hard reload. It's not doing anything. Let's search for something else. Let's say made for you. And here we have made for you here. If I click on this one, nothing is happening here for now, and we have no issues, but no problem. That will be sorted out eventually. Yeah. Okay, so here on the search results, we have a couple of issues. First, that the images are not loading. The second, that this basically padding is not the way it's supposed to be. The issue one is that pixum.photos has some timeout connection issue today, and it's not working for some of the reason. And there's a similar issue with the unsplash as well. Otherwise I would have connected that with the unsplash. So the easiest solution for now to move on is that we just comment this out for now, and you might not need to do that because definitely pixum.photos is not something very small. It is going to be fixed pretty sooner. So yeah, you guys can just leave it there, and this is gonna load up for you, I guess. If it doesn't, then you can definitely comment that out. That issue is gone. The next thing is that we need to put some padding around this one. And for that, we are gonna need to, so this div UI.padding thing, this is ending here. That's supposed to be going from here to all the way here after that. There you go. Let me format everything, and now if I go back, there you go. All right, now I'm gonna go back to my code editor, and I'm gonna under this link here we have this div, and being inside this section I'm gonna go under that div, and here I'm gonna say visible results dot tracks dot length, and that is more than 0, then we are displaying this. And here it's going to be a div. There you go. I'm gonna give it a class name minimum dash width dash 0. Open that div, and here we have h2. I'm gonna say songs, and to the h2 I'm gonna give it a class name which is gonna be UI dot section heading. Let me save that. Let's go back to our browser. Let me search, for example, Drake, and here we have this one, and we have songs here. And of course this is not going to be playing here because it is very, very rare that there are going to be some top results in there, and that is going to be very, I mean, obviously the functionality is there, but it's going to be very hard to find the artist where have top results within that, because it is only gonna play top results for that. Here we're gonna display the songs, and that will be playing here. Create a div here. I'm gonna give it a class name flex dash call. Open that div, and here we have visible results dot tracks dot slice. I'm gonna start show from 0 to 4, and then on that dot map, and this is gonna be single track and index. I'm gonna be running the function here and direct return, and here we have track row. There you go. On that I have key, which is going to be t.id, and the index is going to be I, and track for that is going to be t, and then I'm going to need q, which is going to be visible results dot tracks, and then here show album, which is going to be false, and show date added, which is also going to be false. There you go. Let me format everything, and now if I go here, there you go. If I click on that, let me refresh. We have Drake. There you go. It's playing. There you go. Everything is working. Fantastic. Let's go back here. And now we're gonna need to go under this section where we have this parenthesis and curly brace. And now in here, I'm gonna say visible results dot artists dot length is more than 0. When that is true, then we're gonna return this. We're gonna display this section. We have section here. Here we have h2. I'm gonna give it a class name of UI dot section heading. Come on. There you go. And h2 is gonna say artists. And under there we have a div tag. I'm gonna give it a class name. That's going to be UI dot card grid. Open that. Here I have visible results dot artists dot map, and on that there's single artist. Open that. Return here, that is going to be content card, which is gonna be key a dot id. Then we have image url, which is gonna be a dot image url, and then title title. That's going to be a dot name. Yes. And we have subtitle. I'm gonna say artist there, and then we have href. There you go. And for that, I'm gonna say slash artist slash and then the a.id here. Then we have variant. I'm gonna choose artist there as well. Let me format and save everything. Let's go here, and there you go. We have artist. Wonderful. If I click on any, that's gonna take me to the artist page. Awesome. Fantastic. Here we have music, and there you go. Excellent. All right, after that, I'm gonna actually duplicate that here. And here, instead of artists, it is going to be playlists. There you go. Length is more than 0. Then we have section. Here we have, instead of artist, we display playlists. There you go. And we have these playlists here as well. And I'm gonna change this to a P here. And a p.id. Then we have, for this one, p.cover URL. And then here we have p.title. Here I'm gonna change this to this, and I'm gonna say by, I'm gonna say p.honor. And href we have playlist slash p.id, and variant is not going to be used for here. And I'm going to say on play is going to be p.tracks 0 and play p.tracks 0 here, and then p.tracks here. Let me format everything, and if we go here, we have artists here, and there are no playlists. Okay, there are no playlists. Let's go back, search for podcasts. There are no playlists either here. And if I search, let's say Drake, there are none here as well. Well, so playlists, if I just comment this out for now, and we have, yes, something like that. And then you can see that we have the playlist, but of course we're gonna display that only from the visible results. So if I go to this one, which is, let's say, Drake, let's go back here, and let's say if I search for Drake, we have the playlists here, but of course this one does not belong to Drake. And if we go to hip hop, of course there are a lot hip hop, this one. And let's go back here. Let's actually put this back, and also this one. So I only want to display these when visible results playlists dot length is more than 0, and that will display when there are playlists relevant to our search in the visible results. And there's one more thing here for the artist. I'm gonna display for the albums. There you go. I'm gonna display that here as well. This is gonna be album. We have album.id. Then here in the image URL, I'm gonna say album.cover URL, album.title, and in the subtitle, I'm gonna say album.year, and then here I'm gonna say dot. I'm gonna use this dot here, and then here I will be saying al.artist. There you go. And then instead of artist here, album here, and album.id here. and variant is going to be changed to album, and then we have on play there, and I'm gonna say this is gonna be l dot tracks. If that is true, then we're gonna say play al dot tracks 0, then al dot tracks. All right, let me format everything. Seems like we have some issue, and yeah, that column shouldn't be there. Fixed. Let's go here. We have artists. So for the hip hop, we have artist, and this needs to be changed to albums. Save. We have albums and we have playlists. There you go. Let me hard reload. Perfect. So let's go back here. I'm gonna go for, let's say, indie. We have this, we have all the songs, we have artists, we have albums, and we have playlists regarding that. Fantastic. Now there's only one thing left for this page, and under this thing here, what I'm gonna do is results are fresh, and visible results dot top results is equal to null. Only then I'm gonna display this. We have a div. I'm gonna give it a class name py-16 text-center, and I'm gonna open that. We have a p tag, give it a class name of text-2xl, font-bold, and also text-base. To that p tag, I'm gonna say no results found for, and here I'm gonna say double quotes, and in there I'm gonna say, actually no, here I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna, inside there I'm gonna display debounced. There you go, something like that. Fantastic. And after that, here we have another p tag. I'm gonna give it a class name of margin top dash 2 and text dash small text dash subdued. There you go. Open that. Please make sure your words are spelled correctly, or use fewer or different keywords. There you go. And now if we go to here, and if I search for something like gibberish, something like this, there you go. And maybe we can display at this, something like that. There you go. Fantastic. Excellent. So this file is done as well. All right, now this is the time for us to start working on the library and the rest of the features that this Spotify clone is missing. There are only a few left, and it's gonna be quick rest of the video. So here I'm gonna go to my library store first of all, and first of all I'm gonna get rid of this library sort. We don't need that, and that needs to be removed from here as well. Okay, and then of course we don't need that here either. All right, now here if I come to the very top, and I'm gonna get rid of the podcast from here as well. Yeah, no need for that. So we have playlist, albums, artists, and all. And then I'm gonna go to the bottom here, and since we don't need the all set sort here, we have toggle like track, toggle follow artist, album, then playlist, and then after that we have set filter. No need for the set query. And then we have set sidebar collapsed and nav open. Awesome. And next here I noticed that I'm using snapshot. It should be snapshot. All right, and after that, And of course, here I'm gonna get rid of this sort and query as well, just like before. And on the bottom here, I am going to get rid of this set query and set sort from here as well, right? And tracks, artists, albums, playlist, we have set filter. Sidebar collapse is mobile open, fantastic. Then we have this hydrate, we have snapshot here and here. Okay, track IDs, album IDs, artist IDs, and then we have rows and liked count. Snapshot here, and let me confirm if, yeah, okay. Very good. So this file is done and perfectly updated the way I wanted this to be. I'm gonna open my library.ts file here and go to the very bottom. And here I'm gonna need some bulk read for hydration. And for that, first of all, I'm gonna say export interface library row, and I'm gonna ID string, title string, subtitle string, or null. Actually, no. And then we have image URL string or null. And we have href, that's going to be a string. Then we have kind, which is going to be either playlist or album or artist or liked here. There you go. Then we have owned by me, which is going to be boolean. Then in here I'm gonna say export interface library snapshot is going to be liked. Track IDs is an array of strings. Saved album IDs is an array of strings as well. Followed artist IDs is an array of strings as well. Liked count is number, and rows is library row array of strings, array of library row. So here I'm gonna say const empty snapshot is going to be library snapshot equal to open that, and here this is gonna be liked track IDs empty, saved album IDs, saved album IDs is gonna be empty, followed artist ID IDs is gonna be empty, and let me put commas here instead of that. Then we have liked count is gonna be 0, and then rows is gonna be empty. Let me confirm this, this, this. Awesome. Now after that, here I'm gonna say export async function load library snapshot. This is gonna return a promise library snapshot, and open that. Const user ID is equal to await require user ID, and here we have if user ID doesn't exist, we return empty snapshot. There you go. Const likes, albums, artists, playlists, and liked count is equal to await prisma dot all dot all, and here I'm gonna open that, and here we have Prisma dot liked track dot find many, open that, where user ID there, and then also select track ID true. There you go. Then in here I'm gonna actually copy that here. This is gonna be saved album, find many, where user ID, select where, saved at to true. I'm gonna duplicate that one more time. This is gonna be followed artist and user ID here, and this changes to followed at. And this saved at, I'm gonna change that to descending here, and to this descending as well. Followed at. Actually, no. This needs to be order by. There you go. And this needs to be order by as well. Excellent. It's done. Now here I'm gonna say Prisma dot playlist dot find many, and that's going to be where owner ID is gonna be user ID, and I'm gonna order by, that's going to be updated at as descending, and then we have include, that's gonna be this. We have count, which is gonna be select, and I'm gonna say tracks to true. Then after that I have tracks, which is going to be another object where we have order by, which is gonna be position ascending, and then I'm gonna say take one, and then select, which is going to be cover URL set to true. There you go. Let me format that, and then under here, yeah, after this one I'm gonna say Prisma dot liked track dot count is gonna be where, this is gonna be user ID. There you go. Let me format that and save that. All right, now here I'm gonna after that here I'm gonna say const rows library row array of that is going to be equal to this array where we have this object ID liked, title is going to be liked songs, then we have subtitle, which is gonna be playlist, then here I'm gonna display dot, this one, space, and this is gonna be liked count, space, liked count, when that is equal to 1 we say song with small s, otherwise we say songs. Then after that there is image URL, which is null, then we have href, which is gonna be slash liked dash songs, and then we have kind, which is going to be liked. There you go. Awesome. So now I'm gonna go under, I'm gonna say dot 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 playlists dot map, this is gonna be library row, and here we have single playlist. I'm gonna open that where we are going for something like id p.id. There you go. Then we have title is gonna be p.name. Then here I'm gonna add subtitle, which is going to be between this template literals. Here I have playlist, then a dot from the emoji, then I'm gonna say u, and this is going to be p dot underscore count dot tracks. And if that is true, then I'm gonna get down here, and here I'm gonna open another template literal, and I'm gonna say space and then dot once again, and this is going to be another code block where I say p dot underscore count, there you go, dot tracks, and I'm gonna go say songs. Then otherwise it's just going to be an empty string. There you go, something like that. Let me format everything, and then after that here I'm gonna need to add image URL, which is going to be p dot cover URL. If that exists, awesome. Otherwise p dot tracks, then the first tracks dot cover URL, otherwise just null. Then we have href, which is going to be slash playlist slash p dot id. There you go. Then we have kind, which is gonna be playlist, and then we have owned by me, which is gonna be true. Let me format everything, and this here basically needs to be liked count, not liked schema. There you go. Right now under the playlist here, I'm gonna type dot 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 albums dot map, and this is gonna be library row, and then I'm gonna say album single iteration, and there you go. Open that, and here I'm gonna say id is gonna be a dot album id. Then I have title, which is gonna be a dot title. Then subtitle is gonna be album. Then come on, it's not showing the emoji picker. There you go, dot, and then it's gonna be a dot artist. After that, here I have image URL, which is gonna be a dot cover URL, otherwise just null. We have href, which is going to be slash album slash, it's gonna be a dot album id. Then after that I'm gonna need kind, which is gonna be album. Awesome. Then after that here I'm gonna say dot 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 artists dot map, and this is going to be library row. Here I have single artist, and for each there's this iteration where we have id a dot artist id, and then we have title a dot name sub title, which is going to be artist. Then we have image URL, which is going to be a dot image URL, otherwise null. Href, which is going to be slash artist slash a dot artist id. There you go. And then we have kind, which is going to be artist. Awesome. And now after this here, I'm gonna return this object where we have liked track IDs, liked likes dot map. We have l dot track ID. There you go. Then I'm gonna duplicate this a few times. This changes to saved album IDs. This changes to albums, and we have single album here. changes to A and album ID. Then we have followed artist IDs. This changes to artists dot map, changes to single artist, and A here and artist ID here. Then I'm gonna display liked count, then rows. Awesome. Here I have, this needs to be there you go, saved album IDs, album ID. Excellent. Let me format everything. And I don't like this error has any type. Okay, let's go to, okay. Ah, also, yeah, this is Prisma. This doesn't say Prisma. This needs to say promise dot all. There you go. And then all of these types are gonna be inherited automatically. And let me format, save everything, and I guess we are done with this file. If there are any issues, let me check. I guess we have none. Property cover URL does not exist on type cover URL string. Null. There you go. This. Okay, let me check that. So basically this, it says cover URL. I basically accidentally put small u there, but let's just use that small URL here. All right, and I guess that's it. The file turned green and everything is good, and we have officially completed our library.ts, all of the actions. All right, we're gonna need another file which is gonna be inside components. Then we have auth here. I'm gonna write the file that is library hydrator.tsx. So basically this file pushes the server-side library snapshot into the client-side Zustand store on mount. The root layout fetches the snapshot in a server component and passes it as a prop. This client wrapper only exists because Zustand setters can't run during SSR. So use client, this, then we have use effect. Also, then we need use library store. Then we need library snapshot. There you go. Nope, not that. We're gonna need library snapshot, this thing from the actions library. Awesome. Then we have interface, we have props, and open that. This is gonna be a snapshot, which is gonna be library snapshot. Awesome. Here I'm gonna say export function library hydrator. This is gonna take that snapshot and it's going to be props, and open that. Here we have const hydrate is equal to use library store s, and we s dot hydrate. Then we have use effect. We are gonna use this function. Here we're gonna say hydrate, and on that we're gonna say snapshot. Then for the second values in the array, I'm gonna provide hydrate, also the snapshot, and then we finally return null. That's it. This file is done. All right, now I'm gonna go to the layout.tsx, the main layout file, and in here I'm gonna get library hydrator as well as load library snapshot, and I'm gonna get here, and here I'm gonna say const library snapshot is equal to await load library snapshot with a small L, of course. Library snapshot. Awesome. And then this session is being used here, and here I'm gonna say library hydrator, and I'm gonna add snapshot there, which is gonna take library snapshot. Awesome. And that's it. The file has been completed officially. Everything is done for this layout.tsx. Everything is finally becoming complete, and the app is just about to be completed in terms of everything. I'm gonna close everything, and I am gonna go to collapse everything app, and then in here I'm gonna create a new folder, call it library, and then in there I'm gonna create a new file, call it page.tsx. Import type metadata from Next. There you go. Then we have import, and we're gonna import a file which is gonna be library content that we have not created yet, so I'm just gonna leave it in the comment there. And then we have export const meta data, which is a type of meta data. Come on, is equal to this, and here we have title, which is gonna be your library, and then we have description, which is gonna be your playlists, liked songs, saved albums, and followed artists. There you go. And here I'm gonna say export default function library page, and I'm gonna in there I'm gonna say return. I'm going to display library content, this component that is not done yet. So let's do that. So I'm gonna go to the components, and here I'm gonna create a new folder, library. Actually, that file already exists. We have this library here, and I'm gonna create a new file. I'm gonna say library content.tsx rfc. I'm gonna close this one, get rid of the default from there, and library content, save everything. Let's go here, and now we need to import that file. There you go. Excellent. And now if I go here and go to home, and if I click on show all, that's gonna take me to my library page where we have this library content. And obviously we're gonna be working on this file in order to create the rest of the library content page. Excellent. The library content component that we need to work on, this requires a few other files and components to be built first, as they're going to be used here. So I'm going to pause on this for now, and I'm going to work on a new component which is going to go inside components, and then we have library, create a new file. This is going to be library row cover.tsx. So this is going to import liked songs cover, and I'm also going to import playlist cover. There you go. Also cover image, and type library row. There you go. Now I need to create an interface, library row cover props. Open that. This is gonna take a row which is gonna be library row, and also a size which is optional and needs to be number. There you go. Now here export function library row cover. This is gonna take a row and size which is gonna be 48 by default. Open that, and this whole thing is gonna be a type of library row cover props. Awesome. So here we have if row dot kind is equal to liked, then we're gonna return this, where we have a div class shrink 0 and overflow hidden and rounded empty. Open that div. Here I have liked songs cover, and I'm gonna say class name, which is gonna be height dash full and width dash full, and then icon size, which is going to be math dot floor, and this is gonna be size multiplied by 0.42. And this div is gonna contain a style attribute as well, which is gonna be width size, and height is also size. Awesome. Formatting everything, saving everything. All right, I'm gonna get under this if statement now here, and I'm gonna say basically this is for the user playlist with no custom cover. Let's say synthetic music dash note gradient, something like that. So if raw dot image URL doesn't exist and raw dot kind is equal to playlist, then we're returning this where we have this div, and I'm gonna give it a class name of shrink dash 0, then overflow hidden and rounded empty, and bg dash elevated highlight, and then I'm gonna give it a style, which is gonna be width size, and the height is also gonna be size. Let me format that and get into that div, and here we have playlist cover, and here I'm gonna say class name is gonna be height dash full and width dash full, and I'm gonna say icon size is going to be math dot floor, and this is going to be size multiplied by 0.42. Let me format everything. Awesome. And now I'm going to get under this if statement here. I'm going to say this is for the album or artist or play list with a real image URL. If raw dot image URL exists, then we're gonna return this. And here we have cover image where we have source, which is gonna be raw dot image URL alt. I'm gonna leave it empty, and I'm gonna say size, which is gonna be size, and shape is gonna be, let's say, if raw dot kind is equal to artist, then it's gonna be circle, otherwise it's gonna be rounded. And after that, I'm gonna give it sizes as well. That is going to be, here I'm gonna say size px. Let me format everything. And now here under that, I'm gonna go for something like a fallback. Let's say empty placeholder, like when the album row shows up without the art. So for that, we're gonna do return, and we have a div. I'm gonna give it a class name shrink 0, shrink dash 0. Come on, there you go. And we have rounded md, bg dash elevated highlight, and here I'm gonna give it a style, which is going to be width size, and height is also going to be size. Inside, actually, you know what, there's no element is going to be inside, so we can just make this div self-closing. There you go, saving everything, and we are done with this file, and we need to create another component, so let's do that. I'm gonna close this file and I'm gonna go to components, and then under library here, new file goes library row.tsx. This is gonna be link from next link. Also, I need UI, and I'm gonna need cn, and then after that I'm gonna need library row cover that we just created, and I'm gonna need import type library row. There you go, from our library store, and I'm gonna import that as library row type, so we don't have any name confusions at all, because this is library row itself. So here we have interface library row props. Open that, and this is gonna be row library row type. There you go. And I'm gonna say is active. This is gonna be a boolean. Then I have on navigate, which is gonna be a function, and it's gonna void. Then we have collapsed. This is going to be a boolean as well. Here we have export function library row, the function itself. I'm going to open that here, and we have row, we have is active, then we have on navigate, and we also have collapsed, and this is going to be a type of library row props. There you go. And let's open that function. Here we have return. Here, first of all, we have link. I'm going to open that. This is going to be href. So row dot href. Then we have on click. This is going to be on, hold on click. This is going to be on navigate. There you go. And we have class name, and I'm going to use cn in here. So that's going to be ui.library row, and then is active. In that case, I'm going to attach bg-white/10. Awesome. And now in there, we have library row cover, and we need row, which is going to be row in here that we have as a prop, right? After that here, I'm going to say collapsed. If that's not true, then we are displaying this. So here we have another div. I'm going to give it a class name, min-width-0 and flex1, and open that div. Here we have p tag. Class name is going to be, here we have cn, and this is going to be ui.title, ui.row title. And then this is going to be is active, and I'm going to attach text-Spotify green. Awesome. And here I'm going to add row.title. Let me format everything, and now under this p tag, I'm going to display another. I'm going to give it a class name, which is going to be ui.row subtitle, and I'm going to display row.subtitle. Awesome. And just like that, this file has been completed as well. And now we are ready to work on our library content file. So first of all, here I'm gonna make sure that it's a client component, and then I'm gonna need use state, use transition, then use router from next navigation. I'm gonna need use session, also search from Lucid React. I'm gonna use that as search icon. Also need plus from there, and then I'm gonna need header. There you go. Library filter bar, library row. There you go. And we have use scroll container, use library store, use toast store, and there's going to be one for the UI. All right. So now what I'm gonna do is export function library content. In there, I'm gonna have this const scroll ref is equal to use scroll container. Then we have const router is equal to use router. Then we have const data, which is gonna be session, is equal to use session. There you go. And then I'm gonna need const push toast is equal to use toast store s and s dot push. There you go. We have const pending and start transition is equal to use transition. There you go. And I'm gonna need const filter is equal to use library store s dot filter. And then here I'm gonna need const set filter is equal to use library store s dot set filter. Awesome. Then here I need const rows is equal to use library store s dot rows. And I'm gonna need const query, come on, and set query is equal to use state. There you go. Now here I'm gonna need const filtered is equal to rows dot filter, and for single row we are running this function where we have if filter is not equal to all, then, and we're doing another check here, if filter is equal to playlists and r dot kind is not equal to playlist, and r dot kind is not equal to liked, then in that case we're gonna return false. We get down here and then we're gonna write if filter is equal to albums, then actually, and r dot kind is not equal to album, then we're gonna return false here. And similarly, I'm gonna duplicate that here. In this case, artists and artist here, we're gonna return false artist. There you go. Awesome. And we don't need this curly braces here as well. This can be omitted just like the below one. Awesome. All right, so now after this if, I'm gonna get down here and I'm gonna say if query dot trim exists, then we're gonna say const q is equal to query dot to lowercase. There you go. And then I'm gonna return this r dot title to lowercase there you go, dot includes query. There you go. Or r dot subtitle dot to lowercase dot includes query. There you go. And that's pretty much it. And we missed a parenthesis there. Awesome. Here dot to lowercase dot includes is gonna be taking query. There you go. Let me format everything. This is good. And finally, after that, here we return true. Excellent. Now here I'm gonna go return. So where we have first of all our header, And I'm gonna say scroll container reference, which is gonna be scroll reference as react dot ref object. It's gonna be either HTML element or null. Then we have accent, which is gonna be hash 121212. And then after that header, we're gonna need a div. I'm gonna need to put everything in a empty fragment. There you go. And inside that div, I'm gonna give it a class name, which is going to be UI dot page padding. And then in here we have, let me bring it down. And here we have another div. I'm gonna give it a class name of margin bottom dash 6 flex items dash center. Then we have justify between and a gap of 3. Open that div, and here we have h1. This is gonna be class name text dash 2xl and font dash black text dash base. Then we have small screen size, it's going to be text dash 3xl. So this h1 says your library. After this h1 we have a button. I'm gonna give it class name, and of course before that I'm gonna give it a type, which is going to be button. Then I have on click, which is going to be something. Basically this button is going to be used for creating a playlist, and we haven't done the server actions or anything else for creating the playlist, even the dialogue. So actually we can ignore this for now. Yeah, and that's coming later. Then we have disabled here. This is going to be disabled on pending. And then we have class name, which is going to be UI.new playlist button. And then inside that, here we have plus. There you go. And I'm gonna say size, which is going to be 16. And here I'm gonna say new playlist. Awesome. After that div, here I'm gonna have a library filter bar. There you go. And this is going to be taking a filter, which is going to be a filter that we have. Then on filter change, I'm gonna say set filter. Then class name is going to be margin bottom dash 4. Then we have trailing, and that's going to be something. We have label, and inside that label we have class name relative, order last. Then we have width dash full, small screen sizes, order 0, order 0. Then we have small screen sizes, ml dash auto. Here we have small screen size width dash auto. And that label is gonna have a search icon, which size is gonna be 16. And class names are going to be pointer dash events dash none. Then we have absolute, also left 3, also top 1/2, also minus translate y 1/2, and also text dash subdued. There you go. Let me format. And after this search icon, I'm gonna have an input, and the type for this one is gonna be search. Value is going to be query. And then I'm gonna say on change, this is gonna be event, and set query, which is going to be e.target.value. And then we have placeholder, which is going to be search in your library. Then we have area label, search in your library. There you go. And I'm gonna say class name, which is going to be UI.library search library search input. There you go. Let me format everything and save everything. Let's go take a look at the library. There you go. We have our search. We have the new playlist. Of course, this is not going to work for now. And then we have playlists. There you go. Both selected here. Albums. Awesome. Artist. Fantastic job. So we have library row. We have nothing here for the albums, and we have library row here once again. Awesome. So let me get back here. And now after this library filter bar, we're gonna have a UL. I'm gonna give it a class name of flex dash call. Open that. Here we have filtered dot map, and then this is gonna be row. Run this direct. Return on that, and here we have li. Hold on. Li, just like that, and here we have key, and I'm gonna say row dot kind, and then here I'm gonna say row dot id, and into that li here we have library row, and that's gonna take row as row here. And then after that here I'm gonna say filtered dot length is equal to 0. Only in that case I'm gonna display li. Hold on. Yeah, there you go. Class name is going to be py12-12, and then we have text-center, text-small, and text subdued. And this li is gonna say session dot user. So if that user is there, then it's gonna say nothing here yet. Hit new playlist. Actually, do you know what? I'm gonna use this single quotes here, just like that. So hit new playlist to create one, or otherwise it's gonna say log in to see your library. Awesome. Let me format everything. Let's save everything and let's go to our browser, and there you go. We have few liked songs, and this one, so if I go there, well, we cannot go to the liked songs yet. And if I go there, if I unfollow that, that's going to be removed from here. And I don't know what song I have liked so far, because it won't let me go to those liked songs yet. Well, anyway, since that's the proof that that has, I mean, that is working perfectly the way we want it to work. We already see our library, the liked songs that we have, and it's displaying that for now it has 0 songs, which is weird. All right, let's get back to our code here. Right now, we need a very important thing to fix, and that is this sidebar. We already have the library row, so let's go to the sidebar.tsx file. And here, first of all, let's import these 2 important files. First is library row. There you go. And second is library row cover. There you go. Awesome. Now we need to scroll down to our tooltip, and here we have this library row. So I'm gonna get rid of this from here, and here I'm gonna add library row, actually library row cover, and here I'm gonna say row is going to be row here. And then in this case I'm gonna add library row, and that's going to be row as row that we have, and is active is going to be path name when that is equal to row dot ref. That's gonna return true or false, so depending on that, that's going to be set to active or not. And then we have on navigate, which is going to be on navigate. Awesome. There you go. Let's go take a look, and bingo, we have our playlist, liked songs, artists, albums, everything is going to be displayed here as we just create them. And now we just need another functionality to create playlist, and then we will be able to add as many playlists as we want, and we can display them here perfectly. All right, and now let's get started working on the creating playlist function. So for that, on the sidebar, I'm gonna go to above the return here, and I'm gonna say const on create playlist is equal to this function where we have if session.user isn't available, then we're gonna say push toast, that is going to say log in to create a playlist. There you go. And here I'm gonna say router dot push slash login, and I'm gonna say return. Then after that, here I'm gonna say start transition, and here I have async, this function where I'm gonna do try and catch block. In the try, I'm gonna do const id is equal to await create playlist. That's the server action that we created in the playlist.ts file. And here after that, now we have push toast, we're gonna say playlist created, then router dot push slash playlist slash the id of the recently created playlist, then router dot refresh. There you go. And here we are also getting the error, and for that I'm gonna say push toast. This is gonna be if error is instance of error and error dot message is equal to unauthorized. There you go. Then in that case, I'm gonna go for something. This needs to say double ampersand. There you go. This needs to say please log in first, and here else could not create playlist. Save everything. Fantastic. And now we need to use this on create playlist function. Let me scroll down, and I'm gonna go to the icon button, and here I'm gonna say on click. This is gonna be on create playlist. Let me format everything. I think this is it. Let me save, and let's go to here, and if I click on create playlist, well, we have some error. Prisma client known request error, find many. Let's do one thing here, and that is if I open this up, and just for now, if I just close this one and npx prisma generate and new minor version, okay, no problem for that, and npm run dev, and here we still have that issue, and that is followed at descending. Okay, so let me refresh here. We still have that error. Let's fix that. This is definitely some issue with the Prisma column name mismatch, and let's try one more thing actually. So here I can go and close this and I can try npx prisma db push and npx prisma generate once again. And here I can say npm run dev. Let's go here, refresh. All right, we have a playlist, and if I can just hide that for now, let's try creating a new one. Create playlist. There you go. Awesome. Fantastic job. So the playlists are working, but there isn't much anything to show here, and that's coming. So do not worry about that. There is one more thing that I would like to do, that we need this functionality, this on create playlist. We need this whole thing on the library content.tsx file as well. So here I'm gonna import this file here as well, and I'm gonna use this on the new playlist here. So I'm gonna say on click. This is what's happening. There you go. Now if we go here and if I go to home page and library, new playlist, there you go. Awesome. Playlist created, and we have the playlist here. Let's say I'm gonna go here, and now basically we need a way to add a song to our playlist, and we cannot do that yet because for that we need a menu. So let's say when we click on some, like let's say on these three dots, there should be a menu, and we should be able to add that to some playlist of our liking, of our choosing, and that's what we're gonna do next. So if I add this and this to our liked songs, and of course we need to work on the liked songs as well. All right, now I would like to work on the liked songs page here. So let's go to our code editor. I'm going to close everything that I have, and I'm going to go to the app, and then in there I have a new folder called liked-songs. In there I'm going to create a new file, page.tsx. That is going to import a few types like meta type, then import some other things like safe auth. Then we have Prisma from our Prisma. Then we also need liked songs cover, and we're gonna need to import another type, which is import type track. There you go, from types. Export const metadata is a type of metadata. I'm gonna open that, and in here I'm gonna say title is gonna be liked songs, and then description is going to be every track you have hearted. Hold on, there you go. Every track you have hearted in one place. Awesome. And now here I'm gonna say export default async function liked songs page. I'm gonna open that function. Here we have const session is equal to await safe auth, and then we have let tracks is equal to type track. Type track is gonna be equal to empty initially. Then we have let owner name is equal to you, and here I'm gonna say, let's say if session dot user dot id exists, then we're gonna say const rows is equal to await prisma dot liked track dot find many, and here I'm gonna say where user, there you go, user ID is session.user.id. Then here I have order by, that is going to be liked at, that's gonna be descending. Awesome. And now here I'm gonna say tracks is equal to rows.map. I'm gonna get individual track and return on that. And here I'm gonna say id t.track id. Then I have title is going to be t.title. Artist is gonna be t.artist. Then we have artist id. Artist id, that's gonna be t.artist id. We have album, that's gonna be t.album. Then we have album ID, that's gonna be t.album ID or just empty string. And for the artist ID, we're gonna do the same as well. There you go. Now here I'm gonna say duration, that's going to be t.duration sec. And then I have cover URL, which is going to be t.cover URL or empty string. Then we have audio URL, t.audio URL or undefined, let's say. Then we have added at, that's going to be t.liked at dot to ISO string. There you go. Then after that here, I'm gonna say owner name is gonna be equal to session, hold on, session dot user, come on, dot name. Name, if that exists, awesome. Otherwise it's gonna be session dot user dot email, and if that exists, awesome. Otherwise simply you. There you go. And now after that here, I'm gonna return a component which is gonna be liked songs content, and I'm gonna give this tracks here, and also owner name here. And of course we're gonna need to create this component. Hold on. And we have this little issue. So type property album are incompatible. String null is not assignable to type string. Oh, got it. So album here should be empty as well. Awesome. Problem solved. Now we need this liked songs content, and I'm gonna need to go to the components here under library. I'm gonna create a new file which is going to be liked songs content.tsx. This is gonna be a client component, and I'm gonna bring header here, also collection hero and collection actions, also collection accent background, and I'm gonna use empty collection state, then also meta separator. Awesome. Here I'm gonna need track list, need liked songs cover, use scroll container, use collection playback, format long duration and total duration, play button, and also type track. There you go. Awesome. Now here I'm gonna say const accent is going to be equal to this number, which is hash 23163A. Then we have interface props, open that. And here I'm gonna say tracks is gonna be track. Then owner name is going to be a string. Here we have export function, liked songs, content. This is gonna take tracks, also owner name, and this is gonna be a type of props. And let me open that function. Const scroll reference, which is gonna be equal to use scroll container. And then we have const total, which is gonna be equal to total duration tracks. Then we have const is playing this on header play is equal to use collection playback, and I'm gonna give it tracks. There you go. This needs to be inside curly braces, just like that. And then here I'm gonna go for a return where we have this empty fragment, and I'm gonna go for a header. Scroll container reference is going to be scroll reference as react dot reference object, which is going to be HTML element or null. Then we have accent, which is going to be accent, and then we have sticky content, and that's going to be this empty fragment. In there I'm gonna go for a play button, to which I'm gonna attach playing. This is gonna be is this playing is playing this. Then on click is gonna be on header play. Then size is gonna be empty, and after that I'm gonna say a span, class name text dash base, and also font dash bold. And here I'm gonna say liked songs. Awesome. Now let me go here back and let me import that file. There you go. And let's go to our browser, and bingo. Liked songs are there, and now we need to make sure that the hero and everything else gets visible here as well. So I'm gonna get back here into the liked songs content.tsx file, and after the header here I'm gonna say collection accent background, and I'm gonna open that. Here we have accent, which is going to be accent. Then inside there we have a collection actions, and that is going to take tracks. Hold on, tracks, which are tracks that we have. And let me save that. Let's go back to the browser. There you go. And then after that, here we have if tracks dot length is more than 0, then we are doing this, otherwise we're doing this. So here in this case here I'm gonna go for track list, and I'm gonna say tracks, and in this case I'm gonna say empty collection state. And here I would like to say you haven't liked any songs yet. Hit the heart on any track to see it here. Let me format everything and let's go to the browser. Awesome. The list is there, but it seems like that we have missed the hero. And let's go back to our code editor. And here I'm gonna create a collection hero. There you go. And for that, we have a kind playlist. Then we have a title, which is going to be liked songs. And then we have accent, which is accent that we have. Then we have cover node. That's going to be liked songs cover. There you go. And in here, I'm going to say class name, height dash full and width dash full. Also, icon size is going to be 64 pixels. Let me format everything. And then after that, I'm going to need meta. And that meta is going to be this empty fragment in which I'm going to write span, class name, font dash bold. This is going to be owner name. Then after that, we have a meta separator. Then after that, here we have a span. I'm going to give it a class name, text dash subdued. And I'm going to open that span. Here we have tracks dot length. And then I'm going to say tracks dot length. If that is equal to 1, we're going to say song. Otherwise, we're going to say songs. I'm going to put a comma and then add a space here, and then I'm going to add another span, class name text dash base, and here I'm going to add format long duration, which is going to take total. There you go. All right, let's go back to our browser and take a look. There you go. Our hero is there. Let me reload everything, and now if I click on the play button, well, seems like there is some sort of issue that it's not, it looks like it's playing, but it's not. Let me click on the play button here. Actually, let's go to the home page, test something else. Let's play this. Seems like we have an issue overall. Hold on. Let me go back here. And let me, this is likely because a parent element of the image has not been installed. Okay, no problem. So I'm gonna close this one here. npm run dev once again. And let me get back here. And I'm gonna click on, there you go. Fantastic, working. Let's go to our liked songs now. Click, awesome. You click on that. Refresh once again. Okay, let's go back to our home page again. Let's try this time. Maybe there could be an issue with the API itself. There you go. It's working. I'm gonna put that to our liked songs. There you go. Playing, put that to the liked songs. Let's go to the liked songs, and here I'm gonna remove this one, and this one. Let's see. And there you go. I'm gonna click on this one. Right, working. Awesome. Fantastic. So there were maybe some issue with those songs themselves because of the API. Fantastic. Working great. Let's go to our code editor. I'm going to close this one, and we have this file completed as well. All right, I'm going to close this file, both of these files now. And the one thing that I would like to do now, let's say that I am on this thing here. And I would like to add this not just to my liked songs, but to one of my playlists. We don't have that functionality yet, because for that, we need a context menu here. So we click on that, the menu pops up, and we are able to add to one of our lists, our playlists. So let's do that. And for that, first of all, we're going to need to go to our playlists.ts file. And I'm going to go to the very bottom. Let's say here, I'm gonna do this track management. And there we have const track input is equal to z dot object, and I'm gonna open that. Here we have id z dot string dot min 1. Then we have title, which is going to be z dot string. Then we have artist z dot string. Then we have artist id, that's gonna be z dot string and dot optional. Then after that we have album z dot string dot optional, and then we have album id. There you go, that's gonna be z dot string and also dot optional. There you go. Gonna put a comma here as well, and then after that here we have a duration, that's gonna be z dot, hold on, z dot number, and I'm gonna say dot integer and dot min 0. Then I'm gonna need cover URL, that's going to be z dot string and dot optional. Then finally audio URL z dot string and dot optional. There you go. Now here I'm gonna need const add input is equal to z dot object, and I'm gonna say playlist id is gonna be z dot string dot min 1. Then track is gonna be track input. There you go. Now here export async function is gonna be add track to playlist. This is gonna be input unknown. It's gonna return a promise which is not going to return anything, as it's gonna be void. Open that function, and here we have const user id is equal to await require user id. Then we have const playlist id also track are extracted from add input dot parse, and we add input there, and yep, this needs to be curly braces as we're extracting them. Then this needs to be saying const playlist is equal to await Prisma dot playlist dot find first, and here we're gonna say where id is playlist id and owner id is user id. Then we need select, and we're gonna add id to true. Awesome. After that, if playlist doesn't exist, then we're gonna throw new error, which is gonna be not found. Here we have const last is equal to await Prisma dot playlist track dot find first, where we're gonna say playlist id, and then we're gonna say order by is going to be position descending. Then we have select, that's going to be position true, and then under that here I'm gonna say const next position is equal to last. When last is there, the position is there, otherwise it's going to be -1 and +1 here. We have await Prisma dot playlist track dot upsert, and we're gonna do this, and here we have where I'm gonna say playlist id underscore track id is gonna be playlist id, and then also track id. Track id here is going to be track dot id. There you go. Let me bring that, maybe, yeah. And here, hold on, we have where here, we have playlist ID here, and then track ID is gonna go here. Right after that, here I'm gonna say update. That's gonna be single empty. Then we have create, and in here I have this. I'm gonna open that, and I'm gonna say playlist ID. Then I'm gonna go and say position is going to be next position. Then we have track ID, which is going to be track.id. Then we have title, track.title. Artist is going to be track.artist. We have artist ID, that's going to be track.artist ID. Then we have album, track.album. Then we have album ID, track.album ID. We have duration sec, that's going to be track.duration. And we have cover URL and track.cover URL. Audio URL, that's going to be track.audio URL. Awesome. After that, here I'm gonna say revalidate path, and that's going to be /playlist/ I'm gonna say playlist ID. Let me format everything. Awesome. And I think that's done. But there's one more thing left. So under here, I'm gonna say export async function, remove track from playlist. There you go. I'm gonna say playlist ID. Playlist ID is going to be a string. Then track ID is going to be a string as well. And here this is gonna be a promise, which is going to return void. And let me open that here. And just a second. Actually, hold on. This is all messed up now here. So remove track from playlist. Here we're gonna say that we have a playlist ID, which is going to be a string. Then we need a track ID, which is going to be a string. And this is gonna return a promise, which is gonna be void. Let's open that function here, and we have a const user ID is equal to await require user ID, and we have const playlist is equal to await Prisma dot playlist dot find first, and this is gonna be where ID is equal to playlist ID list ID, and owner ID is also here user ID. Then we're gonna select that as ID true. Awesome. Then here we're gonna say if playlist doesn't exist, then we're simply gonna say throw new error, which is going to be not found. And here await Prisma dot playlist track dot delete many, and here I'm gonna say where this is going to be playlist ID and track ID. There you go. After that, here I'm gonna say revalidate path, and this is gonna be /playlist /playlist ID there. And with that, our both functions, one for the removing track from playlist and one for adding track to the playlist, are done. All right, now when we have all the actions, it is time for us to create the component itself. That's going to go under components, and we have a playlist, and in there I'm going to create a new file that is going to be add to playlist menu. rose.tsx. There you go. It's going to be a client component, and then I'm going to get use transition, also use router from next navigation. Then I'm going to need more horizontal from Lucid React, and plus also list plus. There you go. And then I'm going to need use session, also use library store, also use toast store menu or component and UI. Then I'm going to need add track to playlist action, also create playlist action. Then I'm going to need import type. This is going to be track from types. There you go. And then here we go for interface props. Open that. Track is going to be a type of track. Here, export function add to playlist menu. This is going to expect a track, which is going to be a type of props. Here, I'm going to say const. Data is going to be session. And I'm going to say use session. There you go. Expected. Yeah, got it. This is needed here. All right. Now here, I'm going to need a equal sign here as well. All right. After that, I'm going to say const router is equal to use router. Const rows is equal to use library store. S is going to be s dot rows. There you go. And after that, const push toast is gonna be push toast is gonna be equal to use toast store s dot push, and then we have const pending and start transition is equal to use transition. There you go. Then I'm gonna need const user playlists is equal to rows dot filter single row here, and I'm gonna say r dot kind is equal to playlist and r dot owned by me. There you go. Then I'm gonna say const track payload is equal to this object id track.id. Then we need title track.title artist track.artist. Then artist id is going to be track.artist id. Then we need album is going to be track.album. Then album id is going to be track.album id. Then we need duration track.duration, and we need cover URL, which is going to be track.cover URL. Then we need a audio URL, which is going to be a track.audio URL. And then after that, here I'm going to say const add existing is equal to this playlist. Hold on. Playlist, which is going to be a string. Hold on. Playlist ID here actually, which is going to be a string, and clause that is going to be a function which is not going to return anything. So let's open this function here. We have clause, and then we have start transition, where we have async, and we are opening this function where we have try and catch, And in the try here, I'm gonna say await add track to playlist. It's gonna take playlist ID and track, which is gonna be track payload. There you go. Then we have push toast here. I'm gonna say added to playlist, and here I'm gonna say router, not this, router dot refresh. There you go. In the catch, I'm gonna say push toast, and this is gonna say could not add to playlist. There you go. Let me format everything. And now after that, here I'm gonna say const add to new is equal to close void, and open that. Here we have close start transition async, that function. Open that. Here we have try once again, and we have catch here once again. And now in the try, I'm gonna say const ID is gonna be equal to await create playlist. There you go. Then I'm gonna say await add track to playlist. Playlist ID, playlist, hold on. Playlist ID here is gonna be ID, and track here is gonna be track payload. There you go. Then here we have push toast. I'm gonna say playlist created, and router dot push is going to be slash playlist slash that newly created playlist. There you go. And we have router dot refresh. In the catch here though, I'm gonna say push toast, and I'm gonna say could not create playlist. Let me format everything. And here after this function, now I'm gonna say return finally, where we have a menu. I'm gonna open that menu, and in here we have panel class name. That is going to be right dash 0 and top dash 7 and width dash 60. In there, I'm also gonna add trigger, and that is going to be this, where we have on click, comma, then area dash has pop-up, which is going to be has pop-up, then area dash expanded, which is going to be expanded, and this whole thing is going to be, hold on, yeah, an arrow function where I'm gonna return this. So let me get back here. Here we have a button. There you go. Expanded. Yes. So in here, I'm gonna say the button has a type of button, of course. Area label is gonna be more options. We have area has pop-up. That's gonna be has pop-up. Then area expanded is gonna be expanded, and then disabled is gonna be pending. And then we have on click, which is gonna be this function where we have this, and I'm gonna say if session dot user does not exist, then we're gonna say push toast, and we're gonna say log in to add tracks to a playlist. There you go. And we are gonna also redirect the user to slash login page, and we return from this function. Otherwise, here we're gonna say on click. There you go. And after that, I'm gonna also add class name, which is going to be hidden, opacity 0, transition, group hover is going to be opacity 100, and on hover text dash base, also on small screen sizes inline dash flex. There you go. Let me format everything, and now the button should say more horizontal, and the size is going to be 18 for that button. Now under the menu here I'm gonna say close is going to be this function where we have this, and I'm gonna say button class name, and then before that I'm gonna add type, which is going to be button, and then role for this one is gonna be menu item, and on click is going to be this function add to new, and I'm gonna say close. Okay, and then here after that, under the class name I'm gonna say UI.menu item, and now inside the button I'm gonna say plus size is going to be 16. Let me format everything, and after the icon I'm gonna say new playlist with this track. There you go. After the button here I'm gonna say user playlists dot length. If that is more than 0, then we are doing this, and here we have this empty fragment. I'm gonna open that, and here we have HR. I'm gonna give it a class name my-1 and border-white /10, and then here we have a div class name px-3 pb-1 pt-1 text-xs, and uppercase tracking dash uppercase. There you go, uppercase tracking dash wide. Then we have text dash subtood, and inside that div I'm gonna say your playlists, and after that div I'm gonna create a new one, class name max dash height dash 56 overflow by auto, and inside that div here we have user playlists dot map, and this is going to be a single playlist, and open that, and here this is going to be a button. Gonna give it a key which is going to be p.id, then we have a type which is going to be button, and then we have a role, and I'm gonna say that role is menu item. Next we need on click, and that's going to be this function where I have add existing p.id and then close. Let me format everything, and after that I'm gonna need a class name which is going to be ui.menu item. Open that button, and here I have a list plus, and I'm gonna give it a size of 16, and after that here I'm gonna give it a span class name truncate, and span should say p.title. Let me format everything, save everything, and I guess we are done with this file as well. Right now I'm gonna go to the track row.tsx file, and these three dots needs to be updated. So I'm gonna get rid of this and here add to playlist menu, and I guess yeah, this should be a capital M. Add to playlist menu, just like that, and this needs to be removed. What else was added accidentally? Yeah, all good. So here add to playlist menu, there you go, and I'm gonna give it tracks, and that is gonna be tracks here. Come on, let me go here. This needs to be removed. Let me get down here one more time. Add to playlist menu, and here I'm gonna say tracks, and what do we have here? Is it track or is it tracks? Oh, actually this is going for each individual, so there's no need for s. Tracks, there you go. Now if we go here, well, there you go, we see these three dots and they only show up when you hover over. So now if I, let's say, try playing that, let me refresh, let me hide this, let's try this, there you go. And now I'm gonna click on this one, there's our menu, and create new list with this track, or I'm gonna add this to my playlist 1. Add it to playlist, and there you go, are my playlist 1. And of course now we need to display this. Make sure that the owner playlist is being visible correctly as well. And of course now, in order to make sure that we see our playlist content as well, let's go to our code editor. Let's visit our playlist slash page.tsx, which is app playlist id, then the page.tsx file. So this code, this line that we have here, this needs to be displayed under here as well, but this time it's gonna go, we have this playlist here, and we're gonna add this playlist here, and then I'm gonna add owned by me. There you go. Let me format and let me save everything, and now let's go back there. There you go. So playlist 2 has nothing in it, playlist 3 has nothing in it, only this. We can delete the playlist, click to confirm, and there you go, playlist deleted. 2, click to confirm, there you go, that's gone. All right, so we are on the album page, and here I have noticed that if I click on this artist, this takes me to this 404 page. Seems like we are giving it the name. And so let's go back to our code editor, and in here I'm gonna go to album content.tsx file, and there you go, we have this artist. It should be artist ID and artist name here. I guess that should be it. Let me refresh, and now if I click on that, it takes me to the artist page. Excellent. If I follow that, that goes to the artist. There you go, and we already have something in the album, and there's our playlist. If I can go to the like songs, and I can go to my playlist, and of course I can delete and everything. There is one thing that I would like to do is if I click on this edit details, it doesn't do anything. And that is the only thing, I guess, which is left in order to complete this project, that we should be able to give a name to our playlist and edit that. So let's do that. Let's go to our code editor, and I'm going to close everything. All right, I'm going to collapse everything in here, and I'm going to go to components, and under playlist, I'm going to create a new file, which is going to be rename playlist dialog.tsx. It's going to be a client component, and I'm going to import use effect from React. Also use ref from React, use state, also use transition. Then I'm gonna need a also type form event from React as well. We have use router from navigation. Then I'm gonna need motion, also animate presence from framework motion as well. Then I'm gonna need X, and then I'm gonna need rename playlist from our actions. And then of course use toast store interface props, open that, it's going to be open boolean. Then we have on close, this is going to be void. Then we have playlist id, which is going to be a string. Then initial name is going to be a string as well, and initial description, which is going to be optional and string. After that, here I'm going to say export function rename playlist dialog, and this is going to be open on close playlist id, and then we have initial name and initial description. This all is going to be type of props. Open that function. Here we have return, where I'm gonna say animate presence, and open that. Now under here I'm gonna create a interface which is going to be dialog body props is equal to this. Then we have on close, this is gonna be void playlist id, which is gonna be string. Then we have initial name, which is gonna be string, and initial description optional and string. So here I'm gonna say function dialog body, and in there I have on close playlist id, then initial name, then initial description. This is going to be a type of dialog body props, and here we have const name set name is equal to use state, which is going to be initial name. There you go. And by the way, we need to use this dialog body in here as well. So if open is true, then in that case we're gonna display this. So here we have dialog body, and I'm gonna say on close, hold on close for this one is gonna be on close playlist id is gonna be playlist id. Then we have initial name, and then we have initial description, which is going to be initial description. There you go. And we have some sort of issue here. So it says dialog body cannot be used as a JSX component. The void is not assignable to type React. Okay. So basically void, yeah. Okay, yeah, hold on. I guess this is this. So if we add return there, yep, the issue is gone. So yeah, I'm gonna not use that for now. Let's keep writing this function here, and where we have const description and set description is equal to use state initial description or null. Then we have const pending and set, actually start transition there is equal to use transition. There you go. Then we have const name reference is equal to use ref. This is going to be HTML input element or null, which is going to be initiated by null. Then we're going to say const router is equal to use router, and we have const push toast is equal to use toast store, where we have s and s dot push. There you go. Let me get down here, format everything, save. Make sure that we have toast, the spellings are correct, and then here use effect, and this is gonna be function where we have const id is equal to window dot set timeout, and this is gonna be a function. Open that, name reference dot current and dot focus. Then we have name reference dot current dot select. There you go. And here I'm gonna add 50 milliseconds, and second value goes for the use effect, which is gonna be empty array. And right after here I'm gonna add return. I'm gonna say window dot clear timeout, and I'm gonna add the ID there. Save everything. After that, here I'm gonna add another use effect where we have this function. I'm gonna say const on key is equal to e keyboard event. There you go. This function where we have if e dot key is equal to escape, then I'm gonna say on close. Here I'm gonna say document dot add event listener. This is gonna be key down, and I'm gonna say on key. There you go. Next, I'm gonna return document dot remove event listener. This is gonna be key down, and this is gonna be on key. There you go. And finally here I'm gonna give that dependency here on close. Excellent. And now here after that I'm gonna add const on submit, where we have event. I'm gonna say form event, which is gonna be HTML form event element, and I'm gonna return this function where we have e.prevent default, and then const trimmed is equal to name dot trim. Then if trimmed isn't there, I'm gonna return from this function and start transition. There you go, where we have async from that function, try catch, and in the try I'm gonna say await rename playlist. This is gonna be ID, which is going to be playlist ID. Then we have name, which is going to be trimmed. Then we have description, which is going to be description dot trim if it exists, otherwise just undefined. There you go. And after that here I'm gonna say push toast. I'm gonna say playlist updated, and here we have on close, then router dot refresh. Awesome. In the catch we have push toast, which is going to say could not update playlist. Awesome. And now eventually after this on submit here we have a return statement where we have this empty fragment. I'm gonna scroll it up a little here, and here we're gonna need to create the UI for the dialog. So we have emotion.dev, and then I'm gonna add a key to that, which is gonna be rename dash backdrop. Then we have initial, which is going to be opacity, which is 0, and then after that animate, and that's going to be opacity 1, and then after that exit, opacity 0, and then after that we need a transition, and for that I'm gonna say duration 0.15, and here we have class name. I'm gonna add fixed inset 0, and then we have z-60, and then we have bg-black/70 and backdrop blur small. There you go. Let me format everything and open that. Actually, this needs to be a self-closing. So here after that we have another motion.dev, sorry. I'm gonna open that, and here we have key, which is going to be rename dash dialog. Then we have role for this dialog, and area model is going to be true. Then we have area label, which is going to be edit playlist details. Then we have initial, that's going to be opacity 0, and scale, which is going to be 0.96. Then we need animate, which is going to be opacity 1 and scale also 1. Then we need exit, which is going to be opacity 0 and scale back to 0.96. Awesome. And here we have a transition, and I'm gonna say duration for the whole thing is gonna be 0.15 seconds. Then we need a class name. We have fixed left 1/2. We have top 1/2. Then we have width dash. This is gonna be min 92 width, 92 viewport width, comma, and I'm gonna say 520 px. And then after that I'm gonna say minus translate x 1/2 and minus translate y 1/2, both for the x-axis and y-axis. After that, overflow hidden, and then it's gonna be rounded LG, then border, then we have border white /10, then we have bg elevated base, and we have shadow to XL. And now in there I'm gonna have a form. I'm gonna give it a class name flex dash call. We have on submit, which is gonna be on submit our function that we created, and in there we have a div. Class name is gonna be flex items dash center justify between, let's say, and we have border bottom. We have border white /5 and px5 py4. There you go. Let me format everything, and I'm gonna open that div. Here inside that div I need an h2. I'm gonna say edit details, and to that h2 I'm gonna attach text-lg class name, font-bold, text-base. There you go. And then we have this button, to which I'm gonna attach type button. We also have area label, close dialog. Then we have on click, which is gonna be on close. Then we have class name, grid, height dash 8, width dash 8, place items center, rounded dash full, text dash subdued. We have transition on hover. It's gonna be bg dash white slash 10. On hover once again, it's gonna be text dash base. And that button is gonna have a X icon, which is going to have a size of 18. Let me format everything. And now after that button, we have a div. Go under that div, but be inside the form. Have another div, give it a class name flex, flex dash call gap 4, px5, px5 and py5 as well. Open that div, have a label, and I'm not gonna need this HTML4. I'm just gonna get rid of that. Class name flex, flex dash call, and then we have gap 1.5. We have text small. Open that. Here we have a span. I'm gonna say name, class name, font dash medium, and then we have text dash base. After the span, here we have input. I'm gonna say reference for this is gonna be name ref. Then we have type, which is gonna be text. Then we have value, which is gonna be name. We have on change, that's going to be a function, so which is gonna take an event. So I'm gonna say event, actually set name, event dot target dot value. There you go. Then after that, we need a max length, which is gonna be 120, and it should be required, and it should have class names rounded dash small. There you go. We have border. Then we need border white slash 15. There you go. Then we need bg dash white slash 5, px dash 3, py2, text small, text dash base, placeholder. This is gonna say text dash actually subdued. Then we have outline none, and we have on focus. This is going to be border white dash white slash 60. And we also have a placeholder, which is gonna be my playlist. There you go. Let me format everything. And now under this label, we're gonna need another label. Don't need HTML4. I'm gonna say class name, flex dash call, gap 1.5, and text should be small. Open that label. Here we have a span, class name, font dash medium, and then we have text dash base. This is gonna be description, and I'm gonna attach a space here. And then after that, I'm gonna say here a span, class name, text dash access, font dash normal, and text dash subdued. And this is gonna say optional. There you go. Now we're gonna go under this span here, but inside the label we have a text area, and I'm gonna say value, which is going to be description, and we have on change. There you go. This is gonna be a function with an event, and set description. This is gonna be e dot target dot value. Then we have max length, that's gonna be 300 characters, and rows, that's gonna be 3. Then we have class name, we have resize none dash none, We have rounded dash small and border dash white slash 15 bg dash white slash 5. Then we have px dash 3 py2 text dash small text dash base. We have placeholder, which is going to be text dash subtoad. Then outline none. We have on focus. This is going to be border white slash 60. There you go. And I'm going to add placeholder, which is going to say give your playlist a short description. Awesome. Let me format everything and make sure there are no spaces. Actually, it's just on the second line. Yeah, on focus, something like that. Actually, there was a space. It's been fixed. On focus, border white 60. Wonderful. So we have this label. Under this label we have this div, and go under that div we have another div here. Class name flex items dash center. There you go. And we have justify and gap is going to be 2 and border is going to be top, and also border dash white, hold on, border dash white slash 5 here, px 5, then py 4. I'm gonna open this div. Here we have a button, and I'm gonna give it a type button. Then we have on click. This is gonna be on close, and we have disabled on pending. Then we have class name rounded dash full, and we have px4 py2 text small font semi bold text dash subdued. Then we have transition on hover, it's going to be text dash base, and on disabled this is going to say opacity 50. Open that button, it says cancel. There you go. Now after that button we're gonna need another button, so I'm gonna actually copy that here. Type is gonna be submit. On click, not needed here in this one, and I'm gonna say disabled is gonna be pending, or when name dot trim is it not available. All right, then we have class names, and I'm gonna need to write these class names. So we have rounded dash full. There you go. We have bg dash white px5 py2 text small font bold text black transition. There you go. Then we have on hover, it's going to be scale, which is going to be 1.03. Then we have disabled. Yes, on disabled, come on, this is going to be cursor not allowed, and also on disabled is going to be opacity 50, and this is going to say pending. If pending is true, this is going to say saving, otherwise save. Let me format everything. Let's go top, and this pen icon needs to be removed, and I guess that should be it. Now we need to go to the playlist content.tsx file, and at the very end after this I'm gonna say owned by me. If that is true, then we have this rename playlist detail dialog, and here I'm gonna say open, and that is going to be rename open. Then we have on close, which is going to be this function. set rename open to false, and then we have playlist ID, which is going to be playlist dot id. Then we have initial name, which is going to be playlist dot title, and then we have initial description, which is going to be playlist dot description. There you go. Let me format everything. And now if I go here, we get see something like this. Let's go. I'm gonna click on this one, edit details, and this is what I see. So of course there is some sort, we see the dialog there, but there is some sort of issue with the opacity or something. So let's fix that. I'm gonna go here, go to the rename dialog. So if I go up, this is definitely some issue with this NX. So yes, we have Z60 here, but this one is gonna have the auto by default if we don't provide it. Let me make sure this one does not have it. So this needs to say Z-61, let's say. I'm gonna save everything, formatting, saving, and let's go back there, and there you go. We have our playlist one. I'm gonna say uh gym, let's say. I'm gonna save it, and there you go. It's been renamed as gym here and here. Wonderful. And now if I go to playlist, which are here, if I go to home, let's say let's go to here in the search for gym, for example, and here I can add, for example, there you go, this is the album, and I can add this to gym. There you go. And if we go to the gym, there you go, we have it. Awesome. Now there are a couple of things that are left, I guess, for this project. Very small. So let's say if I click on this, it doesn't do anything, save to the liked songs. So that needs to be fixed. And for that, I'm gonna go to player bar.tsx. And also, actually, let's do the mobile player bar as well. That's going to be worked on mobile, not top bar, but mobile player bar. Yeah, both of these files. So on the mobile player, on the player bar, here on the very top, I'm going to say use toggle like, hold on, use toggle like track. And under here, I'm going to say const liked toggle is going to be on toggle like, and this is going to be equal to use toggle like track. I'm going to provide that track there, and now this needs to be used in there. I'm going to go to the very bottom here where we have this heart icon, and for that, in the label here, I'm going to need to change this to something like this. So I'm going to open this up. We have liked. So if this is liked, then I'm going to say remove from liked songs. Otherwise, I'm going to say this. There you go. And let me format that. And then I'm going to say after the size here, active, this is going to be liked. And then also on click, this is going to say on toggle like. There you go. And the heart icon, of course, for that we're going to add class name, which is going to check if it is liked already, then it's going to be ui.heart icon, heart active, sorry. Otherwise it's just empty string. So I'm going to save it. Let's go back here, and now let's say if I go to the home page, click on this one, and if I play this, and I'm gonna pause it, don't want any copyright or anything like that, click, there you go, add it to the liked songs, and we got 3. And reducing sound, this lost here, click, add it to songs, and there you go, 4 here. And just like that, now if I decrease the screen size of my app, go to the right side, and here we have this icon. This does not work. So we're gonna need to make sure that this works the same way as well. All right, let's go here. I think this file has been completed. We can close this one. And now here, just like the above, I'm gonna add use toggle like track, and in here under track or somewhere, or you can go to the very bottom and you can say const liked, and toggle is gonna be on toggle like is equal to use toggle like track. This is gonna be a track. There you go. And I'm gonna need to update this button here. This is eventually gonna say, let me change this area label. That's gonna say if it's liked, then we're gonna say remove from liked songs. Otherwise, we are saying save to liked songs, thing what was there before. And then after that, here I'm gonna add on click, which is going to be on toggle like. There you go. And heart icon, of course, is gonna say class name. We have, if it's liked already, then we're gonna say UI.heart active. Otherwise, just null. There you go. Let me save it, format everything, and now if I go there, and this, since this is already liked, if I click on that, remove from liked songs, and if I click it back, add it to your liked songs. Amazing. Excellent. And now there's this thing that I would like to make sure that we have no errors or no issues left on our project. So I'm gonna go back to our project, and here I'm gonna open quick access card, and we have this issue. Const is liked. This needs to be image URL dot equals, means it's gonna return true or false. So yes, one issue was that's been fixed. And second is I'm gonna go to playlists.ts, and I'm gonna search audio URL. There you go. This needs to be audio URL with a capital U, and I'm gonna make sure that this track, hold on, actually, you know what, I'm gonna copy this, I'm gonna go here, and I'm gonna change it to small u, and it's gonna give me all of the places where it's the same. So this needs to be audio URL as well. Fantastic. So that's been updated, and now maybe what we're gonna need to do is I'm gonna open this up, close this. I'm gonna need to do npx Prisma db push npx Prisma generate. That's usually basically needed when you are working with the prisma.schema file. I mean schema.prisma file, but I just did it anyway because we just changed the playlists server actions. So that's that. And after that, I'm going to go to the mappers.ts file, and I'm going to search for explicit lyrics. There you go. And that's going to be, actually, I'm going to search for verified, and seems like we have an issue. Yes, it is named as, yes, that's the issue. Verify. Let me do the same for this one as well. Here we have verified, and change that to something like that there, and that needs to be changed everywhere. This needs to be verified as well. and this needs to be verified as well, and this needs to be verified as well. I messed up everywhere basically, and this needs to be verified as well. Awesome. And now once again I'm gonna open this up, and npx prisma db push, npx prisma generate, and npm run dev once again. There you go. I'm gonna close all of these files. I'm gonna open rename dialog, and here, if for example if I go here and refresh, and if I can just hide this, let's say a this is a playlist I would like to change name, and if I click edit details, I can only close this when I click on this one, but if I click outside it does not close, and that is what we need to do now. So for that I'm just gonna go here on the backdrop. I'm gonna say on click, this is gonna be on close. I guess that's it. Let's go back here. If I click outside, there you go. Now it's being closed. So that is everything, guys. The project has been completed, and I know it's been a very long project, and there's been very hard portions of the project that we needed to build, and I have decided to change the strategy for the next of the videos a little bit. So I won't be just writing the code in the next projects. Instead, I will try to explain the code for every bit of the project that we build, with whether it's logic or whether it's UI. I will try to write the less Tailwind CSS code, as that's very repetitive, and but I will design my next projects the way so you guys could learn the most from the videos. So that's it for today, guys, and I hope you guys enjoyed it, and I will see you guys in the next one. Until then, have a very wonderful time. Bye bye.